Good morning to all the attendees and the respected panelists. Welcome to the day two of value added course named Navigating Intellectual Property Rights vis-a-vis emerging concept of artificial intelligence. The theme for today is patentability of AI inventions, international perspectives on AI and IP, and comparative analysis of IP laws and regulations in different countries. To start today's session, we have a very respected and notable panelist, Dr. Anna Penteado from University of Notre Dame, Law, Australia. I would like to introduce you to her notable profile. Dr. Anna Penteado is a professional legal researcher and legal IP professional registered at the Tasman IP Attorneys Board located in Canberra since 2016. She received her first law degree in 1994 at Mackenzie University School of Law, becoming a licensed member of the Brazilian Bar Association in the same year. Earned her Legum Magister LLM from the University of California at Berkeley Law on international law, specializing in intellectual property law. Her thesis entitled International Law and International Finance Institutions, a comparative study, addresses the absence of tailored legal contracts for developing countries' projects and outstanding ethical issues created by a one size fits all contractual philosophy employed by the World Bank Group and the International Monetary Fund. In her early research, Dr. Pontiado had an early interest in the process of globalization of domestic assets such as local environment, human rights, applied to essential medicines, and trade of scientific knowledge, supported by international legal instruments adopted by domestic jurisdictions. Dr. Pintiado was an IMURS scholarship holder, and she has been awarded her doctorate with a thesis entitled International Intellectual Property and International Environmental Law, a study of ownership of indigenous peoples' intellectual property rights. She has also, to her credit, various prominent articles in published in Revista de Direito Econômico Socio-Ambiental in 2012. She has also served as editor, co-editor, and has authored many journal articles and book chapters in prominent publications, along with notable authors and leading researchers. From natural and genetic resources, her research has been focused on intellectual property rights associated with a fluid legal framework for a key stakeholder on indigenous knowledge, the First Nations present in many former colonized countries. Her another area of interest for her research concerns the accessibility of essential medicines to humanity. She has been an editor and contributor to various journals, for example, NUJS Journal of Regulatory Studies, which is a peer-reviewed journal at the Center of Regulatory Studies, Governance and Public Policy in the West Bengal National University of Juridical Studies, Calcutta, India. She has also reviewed many prominent articles on past, present, and current intellectual property rights in the clinical trials of COVID-19 vaccines. Also, she has been presenting many papers. For example, she has presented a very novel paper titled An Old Contemporary Issue, Indigenous Knowledge and Orality, a multidisciplinary review on IPR rights in the public common space. So she has been associated with a lot of notable activities. She has added to her research portfolio taxonomy. So I invite you, ma'am, to start today's session with your insightful discussion.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you from Canberra. It's good afternoon here from the land of the Nanangal people and Nambri people. So thank you very much for this invitation. I'm just gonna say thank you to a couple of very notable faculty at the Amity University. If I can say Thank you very much for Professor Shefali Raizada, Professor Aditya Tomer, Professor Avindu Banau, Professor Bondo Patai, hopefully my spelling is right, Professor Bavindu Shaklu for organizing this, for having this opportunity. But above all, I would like to say thank you for my dear friend, Professor Yadov. Finally, I got right the spelling. And for this particular opportunity to showcase a little bit of what my research has been going into the prediction field. I came to artificial intelligence from the back door, I say, because I was studying metrics, ecological metrics, and taxonomic protocols for indigenous peoples. And artificial intelligence came about with the statistics. So there was a necessity to understand how this new technology works. So this paper is about, and will be a paper with my dear friend, Professor Chakrabarty, that is here today. We will be presenting a paper on this particular nuances of the patents, copyrights, and legal issues, philosophical issues in the artificial intelligence. So without not much ado, I'm just going to start by the title. The title, The Human Flaw in the
If I
Genesis of...
may interrupt, no, I just wanted to welcome Dr. Shambhu Prasad sir as well. A very welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The participants, sir, would be there with us with his own very interesting session on 30th, and we very much look forward to it. So today, a very welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
It's a pleasure to have you, Professor Chakrabarty. And as I was saying, so the title has to do with what we can perceive as artificial intelligence today. So with the beginning of the slides, this is the second slide, actually, not the first one. And I think the notes are still showing. Yes, thank you. So the human flaw in the genesis of artificial intelligence is about what can we gather from this new technology. And I say new, but it's not a new technology per se. If you think about that, at least, I mean, almost 1 century ago, we were talking about learning machines, and you're going to see from the background history that I'm going to present to you, you will see that we have been talking about machines that can do things that humans do for a long, long time. So on below the title, you can see some clips for a documentary that is very interesting to see. And I'll be after in the Q&U, I mean, can I actually, we can actually look at those links. But right now, I would like to go for the next slide. That is, how is AI in the human history? And if I would ask kindly, Professor Yadov to say yes. So as you can see, we will start by Leonardo da Vinci. This was the first, and I say scholar because he was a Renaissance scientist that proposed learning machines that they would mimic humans, but not exactly on those words, obviously. At that time, he was still studying the anatomy, the human anatomy. Charles Babbage is another one that is started. He has a very famous paper as well that we can talk about later. But he started about talking about analytical engines. I mean, how they could actually mimic human behavior. Alan Turing, there is this paper is very famous from 1950s. Then you have I follow up with the Dartman Summer Research Project. That was, I mean, the whole meeting of all those scholars in artificial intelligence, including John Nash in the game theory. And for last, you have John McCarthy. John McCarthy is very famous as the godfather, the father actually, of, and coined the name of artificial intelligence. He has a paper that has been cited almost more than 1,000 times, peer-reviewed in peer-reviewed articles. So with this, we have the background of the AI in human history. But I want you to pay attention to Alan Turing, because I'm going to be talking about him and his paper in this presentation. So in the next slide, I will talk about the Alan Turing paper. So in his paper that you can find afterwards, I mean, it's in one of the notes and I can share, he has a question about, can machines think? And this is quite a philosophical, but a very important question. Because if you look at today at the neural networks, you can see that machines can do some independent and can do lots of tasks autonomously. And that makes quite a remarkable advance in this area. But in his paper, he's talking more about the evolution of the machines. So the stage, digital, and learning machines. One of the aspects that I would like to just, point it out here is that at that time, he talked about storage, executive unit, and control, that today is the value networks and the policy networks. Storage is very important for artificial intelligence. Otherwise, you don't have all those combinations and permutations occurring. So today as well, we have advancement on AI, the reinforcement learning, which is one of the cases that I will present to you, and what is more challenging, which is singularity. One that we still have been researching and has been a case of challenging for all the minds, scholarship, included, because obviously you cannot predict what will be the next step of the machine. So in the next slide, I have a question for you that I want to propose at the end for discussion. Should we have equal rights for machines and human beings? Is that what we are trying to achieve here? So this is very important from my point of view as a legal scholar, because obviously we will have rights and obligations that we have to adapt for machines if this is the case. But I would like to present the other slides, and then you all can discuss at the end of the session if we really are into this parameter, if this is what the mission is with artificial intelligence. So going to the next slide, we have the first case study, which is the AlphaGo. I think some of you may be familiar with the AlphaGo, the Google versus Mr. Sedol, Lee Sedol. Lee Sedol at that time in 2016 was the best Go player at that time. Let me just give you some background about this game. Chess game, we have been, I think IBM in 90s, they had a game between Kasparov and the machine that IBM was developing, and the machine won. At that point, they were thinking, well, let's go for the next game. But Go has a particular challenge because it's a game with more than 250 possible moves. You can see by the tree here, that is pretty much what the machine does. Every option opens up in a new tree. So that was a game that was very challenging for all the teams in artificial intelligence to actually defeat, or at least to play at the same level as someone like Lee Sedol. Well, what they decided to do is to put in storage 30 million moves. And then this changed completely, the whole Go project, if I put this way. The machine was working very, very well. For those that they haven't watched the game, the documentary, I'm not going to tell what was the end of the game, but obviously there was a defeat for Lee Sedol, 4 out of 5. And that was an experience that taught us about reinforcement learning, how the machine learns with the movements, and how the machine can grow options with creativity and sometimes surprising moves for uh, the human beings. So in games, this is what we have today, which is remarkable. But then we have to think about the social aspects of this. I mean, outside of games, how artificial intelligence can be of use, and can we forecast in this field of predictions what we have in our hands? Because obviously with a game, you have a mission to win the game, but with other aspects of our lives, we have to be more concerned. Two of those, I would say healthcare, I would say human rights, and I would say inclusion of all peoples in that particular technology, which is something that worries me a little bit. So in the next slide, you will see that I'm talking about what does AI mean for our society? And one of the aspects that has been of my concern is the biases that the machine obviously has. We know from this documentary that sometimes there are moves that we didn't know why the AlphaGo did. And the same thing applies in the social environment. You have some biases that the machine can create, and because there is no social limitations, morality, or anything of that sort, you actually can end up with a set of predictions that you don't know how they will behave, if for good intentions or if for bad intentions. Another aspect that should be noted here is the data sets. Most of the data sets for the artificial intelligence, they come from a particular geographical area, a particular cultural group, Western culture. And this has a series of limitations. And I say that accessibility is a complicated issue in that particular data set, because not every single information is classified according to the whole cultural expression experiences of our civilization. You have more of a bias, or I would say more of data sets that they would be limited to a particular cultural, social, political experience. That comes to me with another problem as well, that will be the social divide, because access to AI means that you have capacity building in a particular society to actually engage with that technology. I would say that India is very far ahead, but there are some countries that probably don't have the same access to AI and education sources or tools to deal with that particular technology. So we have to be aware of those. And again, the human flaws that I talk about are exactly connected with the unintended biases that the machine can create. In the next slide, you'll see that there are other implications. For instance, philosophical and legal implications that will be in the next slide. When we turn, you'll see that social justice is a particular problematic one. I was just wondering if the next slide could come about, if this is okay. Would that be possible to change for the next slide, please? Rita, thank you so much. So implications in the philosophical and legal aspects include legal principles as well. So social justice is one of those. I mean, it's not a variable that you will encounter in the artificial intelligence or even in data sets, because obviously this is very subjective and can have a variation as well with the society that you are dealing with. In my case as well, in the area that I have been studying for more than 20 years, there is a disruption in the patent eligibility. especially when you have discussions about should a machine be an inventor or not. So that made our legal scholars in IP to think, okay, so what is creativity? What is inventorship? We have to define those, because obviously to compare both machine and human and a natural person will be a little bit of disadvantage, well, will be quite a disadvantage actually for the human being. So we have to think if this is what we want as a mission, to compare a machine that has a storage right now that is growing in capacity with the human beings as well. So this is something to think about it. Another aspect that I will highlight today is that the predictions, like I said before, the predictions come from a particular experience, cultural experience. And we cannot forget that the global north, most of the countries there, they have accessibility to this technology easily in any university, in schools. And we have to think about it, how we are going to include as well the global south. Something to think about it, and I would like to discuss this later after the presentation. Another aspect that I have been concerned is that we have a particular corporate surveillance on this AI that we have today. And most of that comes from, I mean, a particular location. And we can say that in the US is the Silicon Valley. We have other places that they are developing, obviously, AI. But you have a particular number of companies that they have been developing this remarkably. I would say that from all of those, I have been watching with, let me put this way, I have been watching Google quite a lot, because from all of them, I think diversity is more present at Google. And maybe because of the CEO that they have, Sundar Pichai, has been including a lot of diversity in the group that he has. But that is my perception when I look at documentaries and when I look at some conferences as well. With this, I come to the point that where most of legal scholars are concerned, we should have some regulatory framework for all countries. Must be the national and international level, because ethics and morality, they are not going to pop up out of those artificial intelligence data sets. I mean, I haven't seen any of those variables actually coming up. Perhaps they would, but we don't know, because as I mentioned at the beginning, you have some biases as well on those machines. And this is important that we are aware of it, because then we know how to deal with this technology in the future, or maybe in the present as well, I should say. So then we have a question, where all the lawyers were at this point, waiting for this technology to just flourish, and we didn't do as much. I mean, I keep thinking that Turing's paper is 73 years old, and we are still without any proper regulatory legal framework. So in the next slide, I say where all the lawyers have gone. And why is this important for our legal issues? Because you have equality, human rights, privacy laws, the digital divide as well, that put them in some parts of the population in sectors that they are not going to have accessibility to this particular technology. You have to remember that this algorithm theory is about the statistics as well. And in statistics, they have their own biases. They have limitations. We should be aware of those. That will be very important for patent owners and inventors, because if you rely only on statistics to give funding for inventors, that means that somehow we are going to have cracks. You're going to have gaps where you will be not awarding, I would say, finance for very good patent inventors just because they don't understand the AI or they don't provide the data set with information that will be able to make those decision-making process more just and fair. I would say that one of the cases that called my attention recently was the Elon Musk and the implanted brain that you're going to see later in another case. The animals, the monkeys, they learned how to play games. And as soon as they finished with this, they were actually put to sleep. There was a voluntary action, but it's 1,500 animals that they were deceased. So we keep thinking about the ethics of, there was no ethics at all on this kind of procedure. And we end up having TRIPS agreement, that is Article 27, to weaker and weaker. This Article 27.2 deals exactly with public order and morality. And I see this being weaker and weaker by the day with artificial intelligence. So in the next slide, you're going to see that I am looking into the case study 2, if we can look at the next slide, is in health, privacy, and consent issues in artificial intelligence patents. So this is a patent that I have been studying for some time, especially in the course that we have at the University of Colombo in Sri Lanka. I was with my colleague, Professor Nazima Kamardin, and we had this patent to study with the students at that point. And one of the things that they caught my attention is that this patent came through and is absolutely patentable if you look at. However, it's an invasive method to deal with the human brain. And it seems to me that our concerns with the health of the patient, the clinical trials, in this case is an American patent. So the FDA here, the Food and Drug Administration, was apparently perhaps not involved because this is a device. So a device that has such an invasive interference with the brain activity should be more regulated because we don't know the consequences of this particular invention. It could be that right now it's working quite well, but we don't know in 10, in 15, in 20 years, how this person will be with this particular device on the top of their brain. So I got this as a particular very, very troublesome invention. Is obviously patentable. However, we have to rethink, the way that we see inventions and the way that they have consequences outside of the patentability issues. So the USPTO decided to make, some rules and some procedures. And one of them that you're going to see in the next slide is about looking into not only patent inventions, but looking at the inventorship from the point of view of Davos, that is very famous now, and most of you perhaps have heard about it. So those two cases that you see, Thaler versus Hirschenfeld, and you have another one, that Thaler versus Vidal, I think, you can see that there was a test on the system, on the judiciary, to see if we could have machines inventing as natural persons. And it was remarkable because you can see that the patent law was not forecasting, predicting anything like that. And because of the text, we had actually two decisions saying, well, this is not possible. We have to have a natural person. And that makes sense, because if you look at the data sets of the machines, I keep thinking, and I cannot shake this thought of my mind, that they depend on human experiences to do what they do. So in a sense, we can ask, should they have been inventors in the first place? Because what they have is all the human experiences that we accumulated and we put in this box for the machines to make their permutations and combinations. So perhaps we have to look into this as something to support the human creativity. So the creativity will have to be redefined as something including the machine, but not the machine per se. So it's something to think about it. This has been the resolution after some comments that they were put on the website of the USPTO for all to submit their thoughts about Davos having inventorship rights. So it's quite interesting to read that. On the next slide, you will see that I'm gonna challenge you to think that our human brain is still to be unveiled the whole potential. This research, this is an abstract from a recent study from the Lawrence Lab in the University of California at Berkeley, with other universities as well. I think they have almost 20 or 21 researchers into this. And you can see in this particular paper that we still have plenty to discover in our human brain. So to say that a machine will necessarily challenge us or be ahead of us in the similarity principle is something that is still, I would be cautious. I mean, I would be cautiously adverse, if I may say, because I think we still have a lot to study in our human brain. We have lots to know about the human brain capabilities, and this actually make me wonder if we are asking the right questions in this whole challenge of the artificial intelligence. Perhaps we shouldn't be asking the questions of a competition between humans and the machine. Perhaps it would be better if we think about the support that the machine can give to our endeavors, the human experience in the way of learning, in the way of inventing, in the way of looking for solutions for our society. So perhaps this is what we have to do, to think outside of the box, if I may say. Another aspect that I think is important to share with all of you is the next slide, because unfortunately we don't have any treaties, international treaties, and I mean multilateral, because we have plenty of bilateral treaties, but we don't have an international treaty that would involve all member states, like we have in TRIPS agreement, for instance. At this point, we have recommendations of various organizations, various scholars, and the UNESCO as well. But recommendations not necessarily carry full accountability. So I just want to make sure that we know about the way that the things are in the legal perspective, especially in the international law. So looking at all this information, I just came up with some recommendations that I would like to share with you in this opportunity. And this is the next slide that I have, which is, we got to have a clear development of ethical and compliance protocols for artificial intelligence. And they have to be shared with every single country, global south, global north, but every single country, so we can actually understand the limitations that we have right now and what we should be forecasting for the forecasting for the future. It looks like, I mean, a little bit of twice the same thing. But we got to forecast what our plan is for artificial intelligence. And especially the way that AI software development is going. Every time that I'm talking about this particular topic here, I'm pretty sure that they have been developing in a millisecond other things that they are more important in artificial intelligence. So we are in a catch-up sort of chase. We are chasing artificial intelligence at this point. And I think, I mean, it's very important to be aware of this. AI interact with natural persons, and we should be aware that those data sets have limitations. And the legal aspects, they should be accountable for exactly those limitations. This is why I say that clinical trials in AI would be very important, because as soon as you put those machines and the programs or the software to work out there, you get to have, I mean, experiences with the humans, like, I mean, we've listed those that we have out there, to see what are the biases that the machine can produce, or perhaps to forecast, to predict somewhere. Obviously, publications of those findings, we saw the DeepMind publishing a lot of papers in this regard. A flow chart would be nice, because then we have, it's so fast, this technology, that would be nice to have a flow chart of a public international data set of all people that they are involved with the development of softwares. So we would have at least, I mean, a background of all the inventions or anything that is important to make a legal protocol that will be meaningful. I think constant reassessment of those variables inside the artificial intelligence is very important. And we have to reassess this in kind of, if I could put them in some point in time, I would say every year, every semester, because really, I mean, it has been developing so fast. And I don't think we have been catching up even with protocols, legal protocols. So anyway, that is a particular preoccupation that I have with the reassessment, that we should be doing this faster. Study design of the offshots of AI are very important. Offshots here, I would call when you forecast something and the machine does something completely different. This is very important, like in the case of Lisa Doll that you're going to see, or maybe most of you have seen it. There were some offshots and people were not expecting those. Another example that I could give you is the Facebook. Facebook had a project just, I think, 2 years ago or something like this. And two machines were talking to each other. And suddenly they started to talk in a new language. And the software engineers and the technicians couldn't even understand what was going on with the two machines. So for this particular prediction, we should be aware at least that this could happen, because that could happen even in the brain patents or patents in another medical sort of reality, that we need to act very quickly. So that would be something that I would like to see. I mean, that particular offshots, I mean, the theory and some sort of flow chart so we could study. And the risk biases as well. I think they are not going to be going away. I think artificial intelligence has a lot to do with our own human flaws. This is why we pass on to those data sets, and those data sets just mimic what we did in the past. So it's very important to be aware of those so we can plan our future and use this technology for the good, always for the good. And I hope, I mean, with this, we can have, I mean, I can come back to you in another opportunity and say to you, look, we have now in the legal, in the legal frame, especially for patents, we have some limitations and we are prepared to deal with the predictions that they are surprising to us in a very legal way, if I can put this way, especially in IP that has been catching up with AI in a sense. I would say now that that is my last slide, because the next one, if I may, is some links that I provide to you that you could, those are selected, obviously you have so many out there. So I selected some for you for further critical thinking. And I would like to say thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for being here. And I am here for you for questions or any other comments that you have about my presentation. I would like to say thank you to you all today. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. It was indeed a very, very interesting presentation, something really, mind stimulating, as I must say. And yes,
Good. This is good.
yes, I thoroughly enjoyed. And the links which you have shared, I'm going to watch them for sure. Yes, as you have recommended them. So yes, Parnika
Thanks.
ma'am, if there are any questions, then we can take them up. Participants, if you have any doubts, if you want to discuss anything, then you can put your doubts into the Q&A box.
We have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Vishwajit Singh has said that it should have thought process, love, empathy for others, the AI machines.
I beg your pardon. Sorry. I mean, I was trying to read it. I'm sorry, Dr. Kansal. Yes,
Yeah,
please.
yeah. I think Vishwajit Singh is trying to convey that AI machines don't have the thought process, love, and empathy for others. So he's trying to say.
Mm, this is a good question, you see, because Alan Turing, and this paper really opened up my mind, you see, because I was looking into artificial intelligence and I went all the way back, right? And when I'm reading this man in 1950 saying, can machines think? And I'm like, whoa, yeah, we are in 1950s, just 5 years after the Second World War. And this man is talking about, I mean, thinking machines. And he actually develops the way that he says, give them time to think. And I was shocked, I was shocked. But now I ask you a question because I would love to have your input on this. What is thinking? Should we say that you are human just because you think? And thinking is the act of being independent and autonomous in your decision-making process? Or perhaps it's part of this combination and permutations that the machine does? Because you see, Lisa Doll says something in the game that got me thinking. After he lost, I think it was in the second or third game, he came back and he saw that the machine did a move that he was not forecasting at all. He said, a human being doesn't do this. And then he said, it's beautiful. He has creativity. And I said, well, okay, but if this is our definition of creativity, then we have to rethink in patents what creativity is, because this is what machines do every time. They are creative, right? Because it's a neuron that works independently and keeps going and resharing that information with another computer. So perhaps we have to rethink. If you say that thinking is human, then the machines are human, which would be a little bit, be a little bit difficult to engage with, because then all those problems that I just mentioned, they should be looking into those problems from the machine perspective. And then I don't think it does fit our philosophical environment or the experience that we have. And another thing that I think with your question, thinking is thinking from a particular experience, cultural experience. So that means, perhaps I'm wrong. I mean, I just put this question to everyone. Is the Western cultural experience artificial intelligence? So this is only artificial intelligence. Well, what about our experience? What about the Indian experience? What about the Brazilian experience? What about the Indonesian experience? I know that we don't have still this capacity building, the education to deal with AI. I mean, there are some parts of my country and here in Australia as well that people are just, I mean, trying to fight for their freedom and liberties and land rights. So we are in another stage, I would say. And then we look at this artificial intelligence from a particular geographical region where they have some necessities that they are not the same as ours. That puts me a little bit, thinking. What do you
Thank you
reckon,
so much,
Dr.
ma'am.
Kansal?
Ma'am, I also agree with whatever you said, because machines are made to assist the human beings, especially the assisted learning and reinforcement learning, and the assisted till the time it is assisted and reinforced, the things are safe. But once it goes into the domain of deep learning and more unassisted, then we have problem. Then we can have all these love, empathy, and all these science fiction movies that we are also seeing. But I think it should remain at the level of assisted, and the world will be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That
yeah,
worries me a little bit. You see, the
yeah,
digital divide, that
yeah.
worries me a little bit. But we'll see. I mean, yeah, we have some questions. I don't know if
Yeah, ma'am.
you would
Ma'am,
like
one
to.
more question which is very apt is that do you think that AI will end a lot of jobs? If yes, then what is the solution for it?
Okay, yes, I think a lot of jobs, including myself as an attorney. I think, I mean, it's going to be the machines, right? Some jobs will disappear. However, other jobs will be coming up, I think. I mean, new jobs, new things that we haven't thought about it. But then I keep thinking about capacity building and how do you take someone out of their comfortable zone for 30, 40 years, and then you retrain that person. So we have to learn to relearn. And this is the philosophy that I think some people must learn. Oh, I'm using learn because it's all about learning those days, right? And to be open when you are 50 or 60 years of age, I'm not sure how we are going to do this. It's possible. It's just a question that our governments will have a public policy to be positive about the losing jobs. You're not losing a job, you are earning a new experience, or perhaps you are putting your skills to another field that was not there as yet. So we have to be positive about this because AI is here to stay. We cannot close the Pandora box anymore, I think. I mean, it's open. So now we have to deal with this in the best manner that we can find. And I believe in the human brain. You know, when I saw this research from 2019 saying that we still have so much to learn about our own brain, the human brain, that gave me hope. But I think the first question is about it shouldn't be done. They don't have the thought process, love, empathy for others. Is that right? So I will invite Mr. Singhi. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. I mean, I'm pretty sure the machine will teach me after that. I mean, some of those machines. But I think that this is the discussion that I saw lately, that they want to have a data set on empathy, not love. I haven't seen love necessarily, but there is this gentleman, Hilton, I think is Jeffrey Hilton. He was from Google and now he went back to academia. And he says that the machine, the GPT-4 going to 5, is developing this process of empathy. So he said that he asked a question to, I don't have GPT-4 and 5 because I think, I mean, I want to think by myself and I don't want to give her as well information about my brain. Maybe I am a little bit greedy on this one, but yes, and I know this is a process that he says that in less than 10 years, the machines will be able to have this empathy. I am not sure because I think morality is, like I mentioned, comes from different societies. You have different, standards of morality. And I don't think AI is now counting for those different standards. Like I said, I mean, there are plenty in the global south that they are not included in those data sets. I don't believe it on that. But anyway, thank you very much for your question, Mr. Singhi. And I have another one from perhaps Mrs. or Mr. Singh as well. Do you think that, yeah, there's lots of jobs, yes, but we have to prepare ourselves to retrain our brain to do different things. I think that will be a challenge. Can we get this PT? I think, I mean, this is, I'm going to leave for the MIT University and I'm going to discuss with Professor Yadov. Got it. Yes, madam, what is your, oh, that is a good one. What is your opinion on Sophia Robert who got citizenship? This is so complicated to deal in my brain. I saw this Sophia recently because we had a presentation in our patent course and a director of the IP office came with Sophia. Sophia looks like, for those that haven't seen it, she looks like a Norwegian person and now is, I think, used in some countries. If I'm not mistaken, is in India is also Sophia available or not? It's not. Apparently, you can buy Sophia to help you with customer service or that sort of thing.
Yes.
I think it's a mistake. Citizenship for a machine, that means that they want to go around the inventorship, you see, because since we didn't give inventorship for the machine, because when you have inventorships, when we are an inventor, your first invention comes with your country. So this is, I think, what they are trying to do with this citizenship arrangement for Sophia. I think it begs the question of, okay, what do you think, Sophia? Are you giving Sophia citizenship because you want her to be a citizen of a particular country, or you want the inventor of the data sets that they arranged in Sophia to have the citizenship of a particular country as well for tax purposes or for accountability purposes? I'm not sure. But I would say, Mr. Joseph, that I think is an anomaly. This is not legally, from my point of view, doesn't have any legal meaning. Actually, I cannot really be on the same level as Sophia as a citizen. So I still want to know which country was this. If you can put over there, I mean, I would love it to see if it was Norway or maybe any of the Scandinavian countries, perhaps. I didn't follow the citizenship of Sophia, but we'll see. I mean, when she gets to the
Saudi Arabia that gave the citizenship to Sophia.
Okay. So this is a manner that they had coming from Saudi Arabia, it's a way of controlling the way she will do transactions in the real world, isn't it? What do you think, Dr. Consal? From your point of view, do you think, I mean, it's a way of controlling her as well? Controlling the
Yes,
machine?
ma'am. I think this is something that all the countries will try to fight for in future, and most of the countries are now trying to bring AI into their domains on the defense side, on the medical side. So this was a way of sending a message out from the political concerns also, and that we are trying to gain control. And so it has many messages. And as you said, I agree that it does not have any legal benefits. It is going to be harmful only in the near future, because I heard that Sophia also said that I want to have a family of my own. So she started having feelings already. So this is very risky to give all these things.
I would
So
love to see her paying taxes.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
sure, ma'am.
I also think, as you have stated, that maybe it is a way around, to shift the accountability from the developer to
Yeah.
this AI model. If
I think
anything
so
goes
too.
wrong,
I
if
agree.
yeah,
Because they don't know how the singularity will behave. They
yes,
cannot forecast what she's going to do. So the way to do it is just to grab citizenship. So if she does something that is bad or good, it will be always, I mean, something that you can control while we don't have any legal frame or any
yes.
legal limitations for her behavior. Let's put this way. Yeah, I agree.
In general, also, if we see AI, then there is no liability or accountability that had been fixed. We do not know who is to be held liable if anything goes wrong. Now,
Exactly right.
it's something that is under our control. And when we'll be talking about something that is completely out of our control, thinking on its own, so whatever actions it is going to take, who will be held liable, the machine or the creator?
Exactly right.
Yes, ma'am.
Exactly right. And in a case of license, let's suppose the machine doesn't want to be licensed to A, but all the shareholders, they want to be that license to go ahead. I really don't know how she will behave. Will she get a lawyer? I'm up here. I just want to see what this robot has to
Very
do.
possible.
Very
As
possible.
it is moving forward, I am sure it is very possible, the robots having their own lawyers.
Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine? I mean,
In
we will
US,
have
they used this thing, they use a robot lawyer to present the case. So it could be way around as well.
exactly. Maybe next time we'll come, Dr. Penteado in a robot, feature or something. I mean, I don't think so.
This is happening, Dr. Anna. Rather, there are universities which have started their courses. They're having online courses where these so-called AI is only delivering the lectures rather than the real person. So I am very much interested in seeing how do they do that, like how do they interact and how do they, manage the class because
Yes, I would love to. This is why in the University of Colombo, we are shaking the system in the sense. We started with this patent course, practicing and theory as well. And although it's a lot of work to interact all the time with the students, because you have to be open, it's a digital office hour. Imagine this. So instead of having your between 2 and 5, you have to be digitally available according to your time zone. But this is a way to answer to the problem of you don't have a teacher or a professor available because he has to do research, he has to do other things. I still think that the machine, I would very much interested to see how they deliver the whole lecture. If this is something that has to be in a parameter, cannot deviate from anywhere.
yeah.
Not sure.
And
I'm not sure.
I think as academicians, as teachers, we do keep doing that. We do not follow a straight line when a lecture is going on. There's something coming up from this side or that side, and accordingly, we modulate ourselves. So
Yes.
how would that be a possibility with an AI? Again,
In the last slide, I propose a new way of learning, and Dr. Kansal perhaps will look at me and say, oh my goodness, this is a very foreign idea. I was thinking, because I went to Greece back in January. That was my dream, to go to Greece, my bucket list. So I went to Athens, and I went to where Aristotle school started, because Aristotle was not a citizen of Athens, so he had to walk with his students around. It was not like Plato. Plato was a citizen, so he could have a proper, construction, a building for him, and the students would sit around him. But Aristotle, no. So he would be walking. So it's called peripatetic school. And as he was walking, the ideas would come, and students would have to kind of take notes. I don't know. I mean, they would take notes of whatever they would do. But I was thinking about this. I mean, if we could have a peripatetic school now, that we would be thinking instead of taking notes, thinking all the time to develop the brain a little bit more. I know it's a crazy idea, but it's still coming from a human. We have another question. One more is about what happened in the department. A robot killed many scientists there. Mr. Singh, I don't know from where, I'm not aware of this information, but um, uh, are you, Dr. Kansal?
Here he's just trying to ask that there had been a rumor that in one of the R&D departments of a lab, an AI robot killed a scientist. So is it a fact or a rumor? So
I never heard about this one, but where was this? I mean, was in Carnegie Mellon or?
Ma'am,
I think
we heard,
that is
ourselves have not heard about this, I
yes.
think.
No, I haven't. But I'm very
But it's
interested.
very unfortunate if it has happened. So,
Yes, exactly right. Because that means
like,
that something went wrong there in the relationship. Uh, um, Miss Joy, is it possible that generative AIs will be all over the internet with its various functions and several other things that we are familiar with, like browsers, games? Yes. Particularly with websites offering services, will that be exhausted? Also, will different companies have their own AI offering these services, just like OTTs, are single platform systems for entertainment? Most likely. Actually, we have right now. If you go to Microsoft, the Bing, I mean, you have this chat GT4. I hate this chat thing because you see, I had to, sorry, I don't hate. I would say I have a serious displeasure to deal with this chat GP4. What happens, I'm going to tell a case, perhaps, I mean, the students will like this one. We were about to have examinations, right? And this is the examination online in this course that I just mentioned, University of Colombo. So I proposed to my colleague, Professor Camardin, I said, look, we have to have questions that they are not, like very direct, because otherwise they are going to go to this Microsoft and they are going to put the question there and this is over. I mean, we don't have a relationship with learning. So what I did, I just put them in various variables together in a problem. And then I asked someone, I said, look, put in this GPT-4 and see if he answers the question of the patentability of this. And the machine gave 5 answers. That was, I felt like Lisa Doll, and I said, yes, I defeated the machine, because obviously she knows quite a lot. So if you don't challenge in a way that she will not find, I mean, one particular answer, the whole learning philosophy that we have in universities, we are in trouble, really, because how can we stop those? And now everything is online. So we have to beat the system in a sense. And I think this is going to be a good challenge for us, all the scholars out there to beat this machine. So yes, my answer would be that most likely, but you have always an option, Miss Joy, to perhaps not use it. Or if you want to use it, I mean, you just be aware of how you want to use your browser. Um, I chose a particular company that I want to deal with. I don't know if I did well or right, but I don't have a broad presence on the internet. That was my choice. But I'm pretty sure if you have plenty of choices, you have to deal with each one of them according to the contract or the terms and conditions. And then you are aware of those biases as well, I would say, if this is your concern. But thank you for the question. Should I go for the next? Because I am
Yes,
very
ma'am.
curious. In the legal profession, the decision is based on facts and circumstances of the case. So now if AI is introduced, do you think it will impact the faith in the judiciary? This is a good question. I don't think so. Perhaps I am very positive in the human beings, but I don't think so, because you see, the civil law system is very different from the common law system. Common law system is based in jurisprudence, as you guys know better than myself. The system that I came from is a civil law system that is based on the legal, so the rule, so the legal aspect of it. And here in Australia is a combination of the legal, the common law with the civil law. So it's quite interesting. In this sense, the facts, they will always change, and the circumstances as well. If you have a jurisprudence that is very well defined, I think, yes, you have perhaps a point in your question. Perhaps if you have a jurisprudence that is very well settled, obviously, that will be very easy for the machine to say, oh, look, there is this decision. But as far as I know, the very last use of the chat GP4 in the judiciary was a case where the lawyer came with all the cases that the machine had found, and the judge couldn't find any of those cases in the reports. So I thought it was funny. So the judge was saying, where is this case? Oh, this case is in Connecticut. No, that doesn't exist. So you see, there are some biases and flaws in the machine that we should be aware. So in this way, I think I still have faith in the judiciary. Obviously, we had some problems, as you may know, especially in the United States lately. However, I still have faith in law. That's what brings me with passion for anything that has to do with law. For now, I think 30 years, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I have answered the question of Ms. Shada. I will go to perhaps Mr. Das. Thinking is the process of express observation, experience, and some of self-conscious and nature. That is very true. However, thinking is as well having creativity. This is what we based thinking. You just not think by it's not an act that you do unconsciously. You have some conscience as well. This is why they call the machines, there is a term sentient, I think, or salient, or I don't remember right now. But yes, but think about this, Mr. Das. All the thinking process of the machines are based in the data sets. The data sets are our human experience. So they are self-conscious of nature because of those experiences that you have in the data set. Think about that. I mean, I'm not sure if I completely answered your question, but I'm very happy to elaborate a little bit more. Thank you. I will go to Mr. Garg, sorry, or Mrs. Garg. Madam, is AI dangerous for human survival? That's a good question as well. You see, there is this man, I always keep looking at his name because I forgot his name another day, Jeffrey Hinton. I think you should have a look on his conferences. He's now based in Canada. And what he is saying is that his main concern is with back propagation. This is more, technical. Obviously, I just studied recently, and he said that this discrepancies between the computer, the features that work and do not work, those are the ones that it would be really of a challenge for our human survival. I still think, Ms. Gak, that we have a lot to know about our human brain. I think we can challenge ourselves. So I understand that he is very concerned. He was the godfather of the artificial intelligence. People are asking him, "Are you aware of what you put out there?" But he said, "Look, that was part of the evolution. I couldn't stop. But now, instead of being there inside the machine and the companies in this capitalist society, I want to be out to bring awareness of this." So I think, the best thing that we have to do is to study our AI, how it works. And with those particular variables that I just mentioned, biases, the limitations of the machine, and how the data sets are composed and created, you have a chance to understand how you can not control you. We just passed a little bit this step. To control means that you know all the circumstances that this machine will behave. We don't know anymore because obviously the similarity says this. Perhaps we will know in 10 years. But I think it still has hope in the system for us humans to understand how the machines work. Perhaps what is surprising for us is just because we were not thinking that way. Because the way the machine works and thinks is completely different the way that we think. Although it mimics the neural network that we have inside our brains, we don't work the same way. So I just leave you with this, and obviously I'm open for any other further questions or further inquiries that you would like to have. But I still think that human survival. See, if the machine doesn't have, this is a good way of thinking, or at least I think. If we don't survive, how the machine will survive? Because the data sets will extinguish themselves. The experiences will not be there anymore. So there are so many combinations you can have with those data sets that they have right now. But if we don't survive, what is there for the machine?
Yes,
Don't know.
everything will erase.
Exactly. Well, that's what I think, in my humble opinion. Perhaps the machine will say, "I can survive," which I think it's a little bit of arrogance. It's about the 7 sins that we have, arrogance, greediness, tall poppy, that sort of thing. I'm gonna put in my paper actually when I put this. You guys are giving me ideas actually that I could work in the paper. So I have Mr. Saxena. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing. Madam, with respect to the ownership of any creation, for example, if I write a prompt that creates a content, we can give the ownership right to the AI platform or the person creating the prompt. Also, can we protect the ownership of the prompt? Very good question again. I would invite you to look at the Japanese patent law. They did something that was extraordinary. They just have a patent system that protects what the machine did or created, and another phase of the patent system that deals with the human contribution to that creation. It's remarkable. We had some classes with a patent Japanese scholar, and he was saying how the system works side by side. So they know what is the hardware what is the software, and how they combine those. Because at the end of the day, this is the combination of science, engineering, right? Because before we would study only engineering, the hardware, and then you had another course of science or information science or something like this for software. But we have to put them together so we have the full view of that invention. So I think, I mean, to answer your question, can we protect the ownership of the prompt? Yes, you can. You have to adapt your laws like the Japanese system. I invite you to have a look on the patent law in Japan, where they put them in side by side. So you have the AI creation and you have the human creation. So it's very interesting. And I'll be happy to follow up on this question when you see it and you think that has solved this problem. I think from my point of view, when I see it, I thought it was very interesting, very interesting.
Dr. Anna, I think you have a plethora of questions for you. The
Oh,
session is very,
okay.
very interesting, and I don't think so. The questions are going to end. But I know, as you stated earlier, that you have limited time in your
Yes,
hand.
yes. I'll leave you. I'll leave you. Yes, I do. I leave you with my email after. I mean,
Yes.
Dr. Yadov can give you my email, but I'm gonna go. Can I have 5 minutes more?
Ma'am, you can have all the time that you want to.
Oh, all right. Okay, no worries. Because I'm thinking this is so interesting. You see, I mean, when we interact humans, we have so much to offer. Think about this, people. I mean, we have so much to offer all together.
Yeah.
This is what we have to be gregarious. We have to be a community. If we have a digital divide, then obviously the machine will have the best because she has all our data sets inside her. So anyway, I'll leave you this. It's available in some restaurants. Oh, what? Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. Yadav, do you know what is available? You mean the prompt or?
No, what I think this participant meant is that there are some restaurants who are using the robots to deliver the food. So it is not
Yeah,
AI. But
ma'am, there is one such restaurant in Noida sector
Noida.
110. I visited myself.
Oh,
There's an AI
wow.
machine working as a waiter.
And how does that work? How do you say good morning? How are you doing today? You
Yeah,
ask
it
the
it
question.
welcomes properly the guests, the customers. It delivers. It takes the menu. It is working there. I will tell you the name, but it's there in Noida itself. It's a new
I would
open
love
restaurant.
to have an interaction with one of those. Just to
Its
Okay,
name
see.
is
I don't
Robolicious.
like this food. I don't like this food. This food is very salty. What you're gonna do about it? I just want to see. But that must
Name
be
of the restaurant is Robolicious.
all right. And is this available in Calcutta?
No, ma'am, it's there in Noida only right now.
Oh, okay, all right. I was just kind of curious. I hope, I mean, Miss Singh, I have answered your question, but if I didn't, please send me an email. I'll be very happy to go about that one because that is kind of curious to deliver machine. Sophia, yes, if Sophia wrote anything or made any invention, would it be protected by copyright or patent law? It depends, Mr. Joseph. It depends. Because you see, as you could see in the US patent law, it says very clearly, natural person. This is why I'm using now natural person. I'm not using humans anymore because the way that the software engineers and especially Mr. Hilton was talking about the machine, he says she is human. So when you go to this particular level that you make a machine eligible to be human because she thinks or he thinks or you call she he instead of it, then you have a problem because you are associating a particular gender to a machine, correct? So what you have to look is the country that you are talking about. If the law is so open that says Everyone can have copyrights. You have to look now at the philosophical meaning of everyone. Everyone as a human, everyone as a natural person, everyone as a corporation. Because in the US you have as well some options where the corporation is a person, but not a natural person. So those are the things that you have to look at, which is kind of interesting because now law became a kind of literature. Everyone, human. So you have to do this philosophical. Perhaps now we are going to have just a dedicated discipline in law about the philosophy of AI. What is to be human? What is to be a natural person, right? And patent law is the same. So inventorship has to be inside the domestic law. So it depends of the country that you're talking about. You have to investigate exactly in the patent law, in the copyright law, how they define who is a creator of content and who is a patent owner, who can be eligible to apply for a patent. So I hope I have answered your question. If I didn't, please let me know. I would be very happy to follow up on this one. So we have here another one from Miss Zahan. Oh, Zahan. Sorry if I misspell it. Whom to make liable in case the AI causes any damage, the creator or the user? Haha, that's the duty of care there that we know so well. It depends, because if the law has not seen or forecasting that AI could cause any damage, I would say that depends, could be a case and should be a case to take to the courts and say, look, the creator should be liable for this. But again, I would say, Ms. Zahan, sorry, that it depends of the jurisprudence that you have in a particular country and how the judiciary is prepared to deal with the question. I know here in Australia that we decided that machines cannot be inventors. So if AI causes any damages, we'll go back to the human creator or the one that controls the machine, the one that has not controls the machine because you cannot control AI anyway, but who is the owner of the machine. So I hope I have answered your question, but I'm happy to follow up. The next question is, Kumar, it seems these days that there is a conflict between AI and morality. Always, always, Mr. Kumar. Morality is not a variable. It's not a neuron inside the artificial intelligence. This is what they are trying to create, a data set of morality issues. But as I mentioned, every society has a different morality, every culture. And I would say every country, even in the European Union, you see that some countries, they have a particular set of morality issues that you don't see in other countries. So I would be very interested to see if they can develop any set of morality issues for a machine. I would be very curious to see how this is gonna work, because as I mentioned, we have a digital divide. I don't see in the artificial intelligence most of the global south represented. I see a Western culture, which, AI was developed actually from that part of the world. But we have to think as well along those lines. If this conflict comes about, morality is one of those that will be very hard to fetch, very hard for the machine. We'll see. But thank you very much. This is an important question, and it's part of the slides as well. I'm gonna go to the next, to Mr. Khan. Can a robot held accountable for a crime? Again, very good question, but it depends of your jurisprudence or the jurisprudence that you are talking about. I think, in the global north now, they are thinking about exactly this because they are so kind of developed in the AI But I don't see, for instance, here in Australia, as I mentioned, robots cannot be inventors. And I would doubt that in the Australian legal framework, we would have a robot as with citizenship. So you need someone to have full human rights and obligations to be accountable for a crime in relations to a criminal activity. So again, we have to examine from where you are talking about, because I mean, generally speaking, would be very difficult because, as we mentioned, a natural person is not the same as a human machine, if we can say this for the AI. But thank you very much for your question. I'm now in with Miss Monica Gupta. Then, madam, why are we developing AI when we know that will be harmful in the future? Very good question as well. I loved your questions. I mean, I must say that you guys will making us to think about it. Is it all harmful? Is AI exactly only harmful? No, I think we have good things that AI can do for us. The question is that we have to support legislation to make sure that the machine comes with the human being as well, because we are humans have imperfections as well. And the AI is just mimicking our imperfections. So although you have the harm in one side, you have the goodness in the other side as well. So we have to think about AI on those lines, not only about the harmful part, but what AI can do for us. And I'm pretty sure there are plenty of things that the AI can be used for our own benefit. The only problem that I see is when you don't know what the machine will be doing because you didn't predict, because the software engineers have a glitch or have a gap in that particular knowledge. This is what I would like to showcase for you guys so you could think about it. But thank you very much. This is a good question. So I go to Mr. Shukla. Actually, that robot was just a simulation. Which robot he was talking about? Sorry, I don't know which one.
Maybe the one
You know.
previous speaker was talking, well, previous participant was mentioning, the one who that killed the scientist or something like that.
All right, I'm gonna go and follow up on this because I have been doing research and I didn't see in particular, perhaps because I was more in the lectures, but I'm gonna look at this and I'll come back with some sort of reply to this one because I haven't heard about this case in particular. So I'm gonna go to Miss Goyal. Man, AI will certainly increase terrorism, I think. What are views on this? Yeah, this is a problem that we can face. Yes, that's true. However, like I was saying, and maybe Dr. Kanzal can mention this as well. We have the good and the thing in everything, because actually the machine mimics ourselves. So if you are thinking about, Ms. Goyal, that the machine will be used for terrorist activities, so are the guns, and we still have guns. So I think, I mean, our philosophical way of thinking about AI has to be exactly how we deal with things that they are not good for our society. Think about Oppenheimer in the Second World War. He went to President Truman and said that the atomic bomb was not good at all. It would kill so many people. So he said, President Truman, please do not put him in the atomic bomb out there. He received, actually, you can go to ChatGPT-4. He gives all the words that I'm not gonna even pronounce here, but President Truman was not happy. And we had the atomic bomb coming out. So yes, that is a possibility. And I think, again, we need regulatory platforms and protocols to deal with the bad side of AI. It's very concerning. and I take your concerns on board. But we have to do the same thing that we do with guns as well. I mean, which is a policy that should be more restrained for people to have guns. I mean, you see in some countries that they have an easy access, which is not the same here in Australia, for instance. And it's very dangerous. So with this, I mean, obviously, I'm open to follow up on this topic, but I think, I mean, we have to think about the legal protocols, and especially a treaty. I think a treaty would be fantastic in the style of TRIPS. Yes, Professor Yodov, TRIPS. Everyone has to sign. Everyone. No observations. No. No. Oh, I'm gonna get out of this article. So that will be. Thank you
Something
very
which
much
is
for your
very much
question.
obligatory.
Exactly. No way to get out. For the good of the society, for the good of the human beings. So I'm going to go to Mr. Navas. How can we develop and implement ethical frameworks with artificial intelligence systems to ensure unbiased decision making, address potential algorithm biases, and mitigate any negative social impact while still promoting technology progress and innovation? This is the question of the century. Yes, Mr. Navas, I would love to have an answer for you. I would then call this man here that is so worried about his own invention. Let me just address a little bit of your question. Stephen Hawking, before he died, he said this, and it was in The Guardian. It's one of the links that I just gave. He said, either AI will be very good for the humanity or it will be very bad. It depends on us. So I come back to this question for you. Everything that this machine mimics is part of our own human experiences. It's the good that we do and it's the bad that we do. Because we are not perfect. We are actually very imperfect. We have so many things that we could improve. So the machine is just a reflection, and I say machine, but it's a bunch of machines actually, but it's just to be easier. Is a reflection of us. So the unbiased decision-making process, I would say, include more people, include more cultures, include everyone in those data sets. I think Google does quite well. I mean, let me put it this way: they do well, but in some points, I think they could develop a little bit more. How many people of diverse backgrounds you see on the top of those companies? Facebook, Instagram, I don't know, I mean, those ones, Google, Microsoft, how many do you see? I see only one. I see Google with a CEO from India. So at least one person is there in the room saying, look, let's look into those issues because I come from this experience. So I believe, I mean, having Mr. Puchai there is quite a benefit for Google. Because if you think about it, you don't have that many search engine machines nowadays. You have what? Microsoft and you have Google. I mean, with this accessibility that is it's planetary. So I would say to address those unbiased, to be unbiased, should be included everyone, every data set in the whole planet, every single, the indigenous peoples that I'm talking about. I would like to see a data set dedicated to their traditional knowledge. I don't think they have. Tribal peoples. I would like to see a dedicated data set with tribal peoples from India, from Indonesia, from Malaysia, from Vietnam. I am unaware if they have those data sets with this diversity. So this would be, I think, my opinion, to mitigate perhaps some of the negative social impacts. I don't think we are going to get rid of all of them. I think we have to be very aware that the machine just mimics ourselves. And we are not perfect. We have the good side and we have the bad side as well. And to come into terms with uh, those limitations is part of what a human being is. It's part of our experience here. It's part of our wisdom when we get older. So that's what I think is going to be checks and balances always, because the society moves. And what was good in the 1950s is not good anymore now. I mean, let me just go back a little bit to Alan Turing. If you look at his life, this man did a beautiful thing. He learned how to decode the code from the Nazi German. If you look at there is a movie, there has been quite a long time, a movie about his life, and they just portray this particular, this specific part of his life. And he did something marvelous for England and for the Allied forces. Nonetheless, he committed suicide. And I would say, have a look on what happened to him, because his society didn't accept his gender identity. And that was very hard for him. So as you can see, we can move from where we were to other places as well, but it depends on how our society is developing. And I would invite you to have a look on this paper about the deep mind from this group of Google, the same group of AlphaGo. It's quite an interesting paper, and Alan Turing's paper as well. I think it's remarkable. 1950s, and it's still remarkably novel for us here. So thank you very much. And if you want to follow up on this question, I would be very happy to. It's a pleasure, Miss Joy. It's a pleasure. I really enjoyed my time presenting this topic for you all. Yesterday I was told, so Mr. Singh, yes, but yesterday I was told to us about this case, and that guy was penalized with 5,000 compensation. Mr. Singh, I would very much like to receive an email from you explaining to me those topics, because it looks interesting, but I'm not aware. So it's kind of hard to engage, because I don't know what, if it was judiciary, if it was any error or duty of care. I'm not that sure, but I would very much like to know a little bit more about this case in specific. Please send me an email. I'll be very happy to engage. Thank you. So, Mr. Balas, I'm so sorry for my spelling. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna learn Hindi very soon. Malasura Manayam, maybe. If AI can beat humans on IQ test, then it's possible that they can understand emotions and human needs, right? No, because the IQ test doesn't look into emotions. There is a book, a beautiful book about IQ, human IQ. And the way the emotions, there is a test for emotions, and there is a test for just, hard science, let's suppose. So you have to look into this. I think I used to have this book here in my personal library. Yeah, it's from the 1980s. Very interesting. I mean, yes, Professor Yudov, you should look. I mean, he's talking about how some humans have more emotional intelligence than hard science intelligence. So I don't think that IQ tests would be my best bet, I would say, for competition between humans and machines. That would be my answer, perhaps humble one, but that would be my understanding. Thank you. So Mr. Kapoor, or Mrs. Kapoor, sorry. How can we tackle IPR concerns related to piracy and plagiarism in cyberspace? Is this related to AI exactly, or you want to know about piracy and plagiarism in copyrights? Because then I would invite you to look into the conference or the next lecture from Professor Chakrabarty. he will be talking about copyrights specifically in AI. So I would invite, I think it's on the 31st that he's going to be in at the same time as myself. But I will invite you to address this question to Professor Chakrabarty. But thank you. Mr. Singh, can AI manipulate at the level of stock market? Then it will be bad for many economies. I don't think manipulation will be. The stock market is manipulated by the way companies behave. So I don't think AI has necessarily the first hand on those on this particular problem. What do you think, Dr. Casal? Do you think, I mean,
Ma'am, I think it's not possible to manipulate the level of stock markets because there are a lot of calculations involved, and all these are being programmed by very meticulous programmers. So it's not very easy to manipulate that because still we don't have any unsupervised AI that can do that much manipulation. So I think that is just a imaginative thing which is still shown in movies, but this level of manipulation is not possible right now. Because the RBI, the Reserve Bank of India, has very strict protocols and security, which is not very easy to penetrate. So it's not possible at all.
very
Yeah.
good answer, because I didn't think about the unsupervised, because they are starting with unsupervised neurons, but this is quite a very incipient. I think they
Yeah.
started just I think 1 year ago or something. But thank you for your question. So, Mr. Suruyanshi, how can we how can we use AI for drafting purposes? It will be legal drafting, but drafting for which
No, I
purpose?
think he's asking about drafting documents, and I think it's not legal because we ourselves see that students are using many AI softwares for reducing the plagiarism of the documents,
Ah,
or so it's definitely not legal, but still it's in lot of prevalence. So I don't think it is legal, but
But there's
still it is.
another thing. There had been instances where Chat GPT had been listed as a co-author in the research papers, and it had been recognized as a co-author. So we are already setting the precedent. Uh,
exactly. I mean, it's remarkable. What am I gonna do with co-authorship of a machine? I don't know. Is she gonna pass? Is he gonna pass? Or the machine is gonna pass to the machine junior her copyrights rights? How does how can that be solved? Because copyrights were used for hereditary purposes. This was the whole point. But anyway, we'll see. I mean, I think it's remarkable that we are where we are, but because we were sitting, right? The lawyers, the legal scholars were leaving AI by itself, and now it's 73 years past.
But there's one more thing. Like these days, we are also seeing the development of a lot of AI in the field of law, wherein the drafts, the legal drafts, and the contracts, they are being drafted using AI. So the
Yeah,
lawyers themselves, they are using AI, to ease out the work. Um, this is something that is very, risky, I say.
I think so. Because if there is a flaw or a gap there,
Yes.
who is going to be the responsible? Oh, it's the machine. No. It's not the machine. The machine is just a machine. So we have to, yeah, solve this loophole. Because either is a creator or not a creator. I mean, you cannot have both ways. And as it is right now, I don't know. I think we are still a long way to go. So, Mr. Rajaput, if natural beings survive, will the world turn from AI assistance to AI slavery? I don't understand this question. Is this
Ma'am,
if
she's asking that ma'am, again, this is you have already answered this in another form. She's just saying
Okay.
that will AI dominate the world? We will turn the slaves of AI. She wants to ask that from being to assistants to humans, will we turn into slaves of AI? She just wants to ask that.
You see, this is what the media wants us to believe, isn't it? Because slavery as well is a data set, and I'm pretty sure AI is aware. How AI will develop the idea of slavery could be completely different from what we know about the slavery. Perhaps right now, this person that puts as a co-author this machine is a slave from the machine. Because what the machine is doing is just to mimicking the human data sets that she was provided. This is what something that still nobody could answer me. If the machine has human sets, how come she can be something else? She's just part of that human set. Because without those human sets, she doesn't have anything to create. Does that make sense, Dr. Gonzalez? Do, yeah, no, do you understand what I'm saying? Remember that I was talking about the slide about data sets. So if you put the data sets inside the machine has the data sets, correct? And she does all the combinations and replicates those combinations. But if you take away the data sets, the machine doesn't have anything to work with. She has to work with human experiences. And I'm not sure if it's slavery, because slavery is a compound as well of moral aspects. And I'm not sure if the way that we know about slavery, it will be this slavery that you are perhaps thinking, Ms. Rajaput. So it's a philosophical question. I think there is to do with plenty of the media attraction to sometimes to fiction, but I'm pretty sure there must be some people out there saying that this is possible. I think we are now in crossroads. We have to decide what we are going to do with AI. Either we are going to do further development without any regulation, or we will stop a little bit and we do some regulation, and we will be testing this regulation and laws with time. Although we don't have as much, but I think we have to decide, and policymakers like legal scholars, like politicians, they should be aware of how the technology, how AI works, really. So we can avoid those kind of discussions that we are feeling more fear than probably curiosity about what the machine can do for us in the good side. So to answer your question, I think it's a philosophical question. I don't think we don't have to look into AI only from the bad side. There are good things that AI does. What we need is regulation, is laws about how we're going to use AI, and who will be with control of that data sets that will be fed for the system. I think this will be my answer to you, but I'm very happy if you want to elaborate a little bit more, or some other questions that you have about morality in this matter. Thank you. Now, Ms. Popat, Madam, suppose if you were asked to summarize in a few words whether AI is a boon or a curse, what will be your opinion? Okay, in a few words, Stephen Hawking. Have a look on what he says about AI. I don't think it's one thing or another. I just think it depends on us. The answer is the human being. So my opinion would be, we have to have regulations, legal framework. Prediction would be another way, but you asked me just a few words. So yeah, we have to control prediction. How we're going to do it then is another, yeah. But I don't think it's one thing or another. I just think it's absent, absent the regulation. This is what we have. But thank you very much, Ms. Popap. Um, Now is Ms. Roy. If robots are replacing humans in certain jobs, then why are humans even trying to make such machines when you already have super experienced, intelligent, sensible humans? You are very, very right. But what can we do? I mean, this is what human brains do. I can ask you the same question about the Second World War. Why did we invent the atomic bomb? Why did we bombed Japan? Why did we have a have a trial in Marshall Islands that is really around my corner? Now it's full of nuclear waste, and those people cannot live anymore there. They are refugees in their own land. Why did we do that? So are we all sensible, really? Perhaps we have some flaws. So the human flaws that we talk about. Something to think about, Ms. Roy, but thank you very much for your question. AI even failed the IT exams, and this is Mr. Singh, and normal exams after having all the information. So how can it have more IQ than us humans? It's not a question of IQ. This is what I think that there is the, maybe Dr. Consal can help me on this. This is not a question of IQ, it's a question of storage. So if I can put this way. So the machines, the artificial intelligence has plenty of machines. Each of them has a storage. So they can store data sets more than us, because we don't have many Dr. Penteados to store machines. It's just my brain. Like Dr. Consal, she has only one Dr. Consal. She cannot replicate herself in many Dr. Consals to have more storage. So there is a limitation for storage. Even with human brains, we don't know our limitation. So let's leave the IQ aside, and I will be sending this book for Dr. Consal and Dr. Yadov for you guys to have a read, because it's about emotional intelligence and IQs. And you're gonna see that this exam doesn't really translate the full intelligence of a person. So leave the IQs on a side, because this is not going to help you in this quest of the AI knowledge. I think you have to look a little bit further than those tests, because they have limitations as well. That would be my take. But thank you very much, Mr. Singh, for your observation. Okay,
So
I
I
think
think,
this is
ma'am,
all.
yes,
Oh,
ma'am. So the questions were really exhaustive, and thanks for answering all the questions so
oh, but it was lovely.
enthusiastically. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for being with you all today. Uh, Dr. Yodov, thank you very much for inviting me. Dr. Gonzal, thank you very much for being here with me. I enjoy it very much because that made my brain to work as well. Now, thank you all of you.
Thanks to you, Dr. Anna. It had been a very interesting session. I think the questions that had been asked by the students, that shows how interested they were throughout the presentation. There was no moment of, no boring moment in the presentation. You made it really lively. And I'm very sure we all thoroughly enjoyed it, and we gained a lot. It is not just about enjoying the session; it is about gaining the experience, the knowledge that you have, and just like you, even we have got a lot to think of.
Isn't that good? We are
Yes,
just
yes,
exercising our brain and
yes.
learning more capacities than we have there. But thank you very much. And
Thanks
I
to
hope you
you.
enjoy your day. Thank
Yes,
you. Thank
thank
you.
you for giving me your time. So hope to see you in some more mind-boggling sessions.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll try to be here, especially for Professor Chakrabarty, because I want to see how he's going to develop the copyright issues. So I would enjoy to see that. But
Yes,
thank you very much for your time and for this lovely session today. Thank you.
thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye-bye for now.
Bye.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Gazal.
So, moving forward to our next panelist, Dr. Naftika Nautiyal.
Yes.
A very
So,
good morning, ma'am.
Good
Unmute.
morning. Good
How are
morning.
you?
I'm good. How are you all?
We are good too. Thank you for
It
your patience.
no problem at all. It was lovely hearing Dr. Anna,
Yes, it had
So
been a very nice
yeah,
session,
it
but
was good.
it needs a lot of patience because I saw you joined quite early. It's almost an hour since you have been there in the meeting.
No problem, yeah, no, not at all.
Mm.
We can start, yeah.
Yes. So over to Pandita ma'am.
Uh,
I would like to welcome our next eminent speaker, Dr. Navtika Singh Nautiyal. She is assistant professor in National Forensic Sciences University. I would like to give her a notable introduction to you all. Dr. Navtika Singh Nautiyal is an esteemed assistant professor at the National Forensic Sciences University in Gujarat. With a remarkable 9 years of teaching and research experience, she is a prominent figure in the field. Dr. Nautiyal holds a doctorate in inter-country adoption laws and an LLM from the Indian Law Institute. She has published over 29 articles and research papers and presented 60 research papers at national and international events. As a member of 21 prestigious editorial boards, she contributes to shaping the academic landscape. Dr. Nautiyal is also the founder of a virtual school on personality development and professional skills, nurturing future professionals. Her accomplishments include receiving a full scholarship to present her work at the 10th Worldwide Conference of GAGE and serving as a discussant at the Indialex Training Workshop. With her dedication as a friend, mentor, teacher, and trainer, she continues to inspire and guide young professionals on their journey. On this note, I would like to welcome Dr. Nautiyal to start her inspiring session and introduce us all to her field of research.
Thank you so much, Dr. Parnika, and thank you so much, Richa, for inviting me. Indeed, it is my pleasure to be here on this wonderful morning. uh, it's so good after Dr. Anna, because she has given us some good points about the liability of AI. She has also given us an idea of innovations done by AI, and she has also talked about the responsibility of chatbots. I think one of the participant has asked about that question, that if Tia, Sia, and Nia, nowadays we call those chatbots, these names, what would be the responsibility? So, yes, my friends, I'll continue the discussion from where Dr. Anna has left us, because connecting the concept, because this is the beauty of this value added course which Richa has, I think, exclusively planned, that she has not given us the topics so that we can discuss whatever we wish to. So this is a compliment to you, Richa, because I read your email twice and thrice. I was like, where is the topic? Even in the schedule, you have not given us the topic. So it is like an umbrella, it is like the complete ocean for us to pick whatever we wish to. And I want to tell you all that as Dr. Parnika was also discussing about the Robo Delicious, let me tell you, my friends, there is even Robo Police in Chennai, which has started, and they are playing an integral role in criminal investigation. So we have gone little more. There is another use of AI with respect to that there are robo medical practitioners, where they are performing the operations, surgeries, and they are qualified practitioners. Qualified in the sense, they don't have a degree, but the software is monitored by the qualified medical practitioners, so they are performing it, because doctor said that they can do it very minutely, where the fingers of a human being are not able to perform, because as per the medical professionals or practitioners, they're saying the robots are much more competent and enhance the level of surgery. So we
Here I want to add one thing that there had been, news also wherein Dr. Tehran, who's a very famous surgeon, he used AI to operate while sitting at a remote location. So he himself
absolutely,
was not even present at the place where the operation was being conducted.
absolutely.
So there is, yes, a lot of use of AI, because many students, I think that question is going to arise in your case as well. They had been asking, why are we developing AI when we find that it poses so much threat to us?
So, friends, see, the question and the answer for this question before starting my presentation is, we can't deny the technology. First and foremost important thing is, we can't deny technology. So we, for development, we have to develop technology. But the point here is how much use of it, and whether technology is to take our jobs, because this question also comes that, ma'am, the machines are taking the job of people, and the usage of machine or the over usage of technology can take the human race, where one side we have examples of terminators, that how they have overpowered the human race, and on the second side we have examples of where you can only take a video where there is no audio in the video. So there are two generations which we have seen. So friends, how to have the balance is also an integral question. So I'll take this question at the end of my presentation. With this brief introduction, let me start with my presentation. uh, I hope the slide is visible to you all. And if you have any question in between, please feel free to write in the chat box, and I'll take all the questions, at the end of my presentation. Uh, Richa, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is very
Okay,
much clearly visible.
thank you. So, friends, the generation of revolution. In 1784, the steamers, the mechanical production equipment has started, So that was a generation. In 1784, the revolution has started. So first of all, we have to see that where, from where this journey of, AI and machine learning has started. I'm not only taking the AI, I'm also taking the machine learning with you all, friends. In 1870, the division of labor, because every work been done by humans, with their bare hand and bare foot. So this has started that, let's start with electricity and mass production. Why the concept of mass production? Please think, when the population increases, we have to increase the production, we have to increase even the quality of production. So for both of these, we may not need to hand off one person. We can give him some tools so that he can multiply the production. So that was the concept in 1870. In 1969, electronics, IT, and automated production has started, my friend. Now, the fourth generation comes as cyber physical systems. That means, you need not to play with the tools. You just press a button and everything will be done, itself. So that kind of world and generation we are living in, my friends. What is AI? As my ma'am has, already defined to you, it is an intelligence demonstrated by different machines, which is completely opposed to the natural intelligence displayed by human or animals. We all have, a natural intelligence. Like, if there is a danger near to my eye will close or blink. So that is a natural intelligence. That kind of, to copy or to take that kind of intelligence and copy to artificial, to give it to the machines, that artificial intelligence we are talking about. When we are talking about AI and IPR, what are the different issues which are pressing issues? The first is patentability of AI, because there is a process there are software, there are tools, there are machines. So what has to be patent? That is the main question, that the complete process of making it, or particular software, even the chips. Okay, so these are very important and pertinent question. The second question comes, if that innovation is done by an AI. I'll show you a picture where there is an innovation developed by an AI. And nowadays, this is a modern generation, you all must be seeing nowadays that VFS effects, and nowadays there are Tia Mia, and there are even, for example, a robo of Shah Rukh Khan is speaking to you also. That kind of generation, or that kind of artificial intelligence we are living in. So what kind of patentability we are talking about? That is the first issue in with respect to IPR, my friend. The second one is the inventorship. Who is the proprietor of that inventorship? So that is the second issue which is pertinent. So these three issues, my friends, you can even write papers on these issues, and you can see them. The next one is lack of adequate regulation and standards. With respect to India, I think Dr. Anna was discussing about Australia and US, but I'm talking about Indian standards. Lack of adequate regulation standard. We don't have proper laws for it, other than one IT Act, okay, which is not sufficient at all. Other than some of the regulation 21 2023 regulation, we don't have anything. So where is the protection? Where are the guidelines? So the guidelines are completely missing, my friends. So these are the three main issues which are pressing issues with respect to AI and IPR. This is the fourth industrial revolution. Let's understand the history, historical development of cyber physical system. So cyber physical system is involving entirely the different new capabilities for people and machines. So it's not like that. Earlier we used to have these Bluetooths, okay, so sorry, these you know hand these wires which we use for our mobile phones or laptops. Nowadays, a very small Bluetooth wireless earpods has come, which you just put it and you just forget it. Imagine if you have watched the future of AI, you need not to carry a mobile phone. It will be there in your watch, and you'll open the screen, and you just on the swipe of your finger, you can use it. That kind of capabilities of machines we are going to talk about. So in that, generation, don't you think so there will be problems? uh, if we'll talk about this can be hacked. If I'm talking about even my laptop, this can be hacked. The first and foremost problem is cyber crimes. So that will, the more use of it, the more problems, yes, they will come. So the marriage of physical and advanced digital technologies such as analytics, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and IoT, that is Internet of Things. So this has started. um, According to the WIPO publication in 2019, they said, and I quote, that the most predominant AI functional application have been filed in the fields of telecommunication, transportation, and life, medical science, with actively participation in mainly in computer visions, natural language processing, and speech processing. So these are the wide areas, my friends, where the AI is playing much more advanced role than on the others. The telecommunication examples which I just had with you. Transportation, we are talking about the automated cars, automated vehicles, at least like in India, where we have never imagined. And you must have already following up the case, the examples of Tesla, why Tesla is not coming in India, and what hiccups they are having. What are the not excuses, but what are the challenges they are facing, and they will face in India. So but still we can talk. Most important point in athlete, we can talk in India. Medical sciences, me and your teachers has already discussed about the advancement of medical science, computer vision, natural language processing, and speech processing. uh, we just has gone beyond the level or beyond the imagination with respect to usage of AI. Some of you has talked about the ethical practices. If you are taking something from AI based tools like ChatGPT, and as Richa ma'am has discussed that uh, you are quoting chat gpt as your co-author, and the paper has accepted. Like, imagine an AI tool developed and can be your co-author. That means what kind of personality we are talking about? Because one of the very important question, my friends, is about the liability. Because when we are talking about the concept of personality in jurisprudence, uh, yes, is it human or natural? As I was hearing Dr. Anna's lecture, now we are talking about natural personality. So can a chat GPT be a natural personality? If yes, then the co-authorship is legal and acceptable. If not, then the co-authorship is not acceptable. So that kind of challenge is also there, where people are ignorant and accepting it. But ignorance of fact is not a good excuse, as we study in IPC, that uh, you can be ignorant of the fact, but how much? So we have to talk about the ignorance of law also, whether the person is a natural person, an artificial person. If it is artificial person, chat gpt cannot be an author at all. So please read about it, and you can critically analyze the usage of it. I have no problem of accepting it, but what would be the age tomorrow? What about the similarity index? What about the content developed? How much reliability that content has? There are challenges, okay, and you have to see those challenges and you have to answer those challenges, my friends. um Next in this is science of engineering of making intelligent machine. We know that what is AI. Just for your refreshing your memories, please, you can see that in sense of patent law, mathematical algorithm allowing computer to simulate intelligent human behavior, it is AI. And this definition is given by European Patent Office. uh, so please take care of this definition with respect to patent law. That with respect to patent law, what could be the definition of AI? Then we have artificial narrow intelligence. Friends, this is a new concept of A&I. Please take care of this, that, and please, if you have to prepare notes, please, you can jot down that what is artificial narrow intelligence. Artificial narrow intelligence is specialized in specific areas. For example, IBM's Deep Blue supercomputer, that is chess, or China's Tinhan 2, that is calculations per second, 34 quadrillion calculations per second. Imagine. um if you are following the news, that submarine which just has been going to see the Titanic thing, 34 milliseconds, that submarine being crashed or crushed. Who has, and how we are able to calculate that 34 millisecond, that submarine being crushed? That was the use of AI. We were not able to otherwise. The next one is the artificial narrow intelligence can solve complex problems extremely fast, but have no perceptions of things other than the information provided to them by the creators. How ChatGPT gives you solution. You provide the content and then there is a paragraph is coming. So that is, but they themselves cannot predict that what you want next. uh, these are some of the examples. Cannot imitate thought process outside the scope of their predetermined operation. If you are borrowing a machine, for instance, you are borrowing a robot which can clean your house, you have to predetermine the operations. For example, the diameter of your room. If you want to use that machine in somebody else's house, you have to first fix its operations. Otherwise, you may not be able to use the same robo cleaner to somebody else's house. But that is the narrow intelligence. Okay, the next one is efforts on the way of creating an AI processing information with software based on different kind of human, physical, biological and chemical thought processes. Electronic neural networks, the cognitive computing algorithm and artificial neuro cortex through software can be used. So friends, you have to take care that artificial intelligence is not a self-based learning intelligence. It's the intelligence which you will be putting up the command, the predetermined of operations, the software, the algorithm, and it will function on the same. The next thing is AGI, that is artificial general intelligence. What is AGI? AGI represents the human level ALS, that is artificial levels. Computers, we know that the smarter, as humans in every aspect, they are capable of performing different intellectual tasks like we all can. Okay, what we can do, a computer can do. Okay, but performing the different tasks like which are involving complex calculations, it requires a substantial effort and dedication. They can be used with the ALS, that is, it's like very, it's very easy with ALS because they are the generally intelligent. The next is thinking failed to do most of what people and animals do without thinking. This is a requirement. Like animals and humans are psychologically and emotionally intelligent, but AI is not. It may be possible by reaching 2030, AI will be even emotionally intelligent, as we all are emotionally, even the animals are emotionally intelligent. But right now, AI not, but we are predicting that by reaching after like almost next 7 to 8 years, even they can be emotionally intelligent or psychologically intelligent. Let's see what future has for us, my friends. The next thing is ASI, that is artificial super intelligence. What is artificial super intelligence? They are much more smarter than the best human brains in practically, involving fields like scientific creativity, general wisdom, and social skills. Okay, even you know, the machine can tell you how you have to feel. For instance, you are putting up your skills in the machine and machine can tell you that, okay, if you have these kinds of skills, you are this kind of person. Or for example, Aries are like that kind of persons, Cancerians are like that kind of person. On the basis of your liking, dislikings, even you can get what you like to eat, what you don't like to eat. They are the super intelligence. Okay, they how they become super intelligence on the basis of your liking, dislikings. Okay, for instance, you are because why they are result, because the result of exponential growth, or because they are intelligence explosion. They are basis on their liking and disliking, they are doing it. So that is the artificial super intelligence. Please see this graph, and I want to take a pause of 5 seconds. See this, that all science has grown this much. computer science this much and AI, the use of AI, you can see that how much it is from 1996. Why I have taken the data from 1996, my friends? Because we know that internet been introduced at least in India in 1996. You can see this is a report, and I've given the source also, of 2008. I have not found the picture of recent, but this is the usage of it. Then some technical foundations of AI. I think ma'am has discussed this, so I'm skipping this because of the paucity of time. Let's quickly talk about machine learning, because ML is, an important AI tool which is important. What is ML? It is a method of data analytics that automates analytical model building. How it functions? It functions, it uses different algorithm that, gives or learn from the data feeded or given into it, allows computer to find hidden insights without being explicitly programmed where to look. I want to tell you an example here. What happened is, this is a case of US, and this is a case of insurance. So what happened, my dear friends? I am expecting that the participants are from law background. So this was a case of insurance. The person has taken a medical insurance and he had a food poisoning. He went to hospital and filed a case for reimbursement of the expenses he been given to the hospital. Then the person was using a fridge which was AI based, and the refrigerator can tell you that this food is these many days old, and whether this food is consumable or this food is perished or not consumable. So the insurance company has had the data, or has had the refrigerator, which was AI based, and they have taken the data that this person has had a rotten food which was 3 days old, and fridge has denied him to eat that food, stating that this is not healthy, this is not good for your, you know, stomach, or this is not good for your digestion. They have submitted that report to court, and they said that we will not be giving him the money which he is asking for, because he himself is a party to this particular problem. He has himself invited this. The man has lost the case because of insurance, but he filed another case of infringement of privacy, and he has won much more money than of the insurance. But here, two things which are important to know: first is privacy, and second one is AI based technology which can be simply hacked, which can be available easily, and what the person is having closed door is also not safe. So there are two things, friends, which you have to here think, being law personal, that if it is so, then what? It will increase a further level of cases. Investment in AI technology, you can see this is a very latest data where we are investing in AI technologies very much. This is another case of AI and IPR I want to take at this moment. What happened, my friends, in this case is the fundamental inquiry of the issue was done that the copyright insurance be allowed to a photo. Okay, this case was different kind of significant as to the situation that the court tended to the division between the mechanical and imaginative work. uh, in this case, what happened is there was a picture, and the angle of the picture was such that it was so beautiful. The person said that this picture shall be given a copyright, because I have taken this picture and nobody can else use this picture. Okay, the court in this situation talked about the conceivable outcome of allowing copyright security to the item, which is the yield of the machine, and held that, minded, absolutely mechanical yield is without anyone else not inventive. Taking a picture from one angle, okay, Consequentially, if such an exacting methodology like this is to be applied to AI framework, that it is hard to allow copyright insurance to the work made by them. Then a picture, simple photograph, is or can be given copyright insurance. Just think about this, and you can discuss in your IPR class that how come and how much we can assure and insure the pictures taken by this. I know the pictures are also copyright protected or can be copyright protected, or they are protected, but is it innovation? Is it something new? Just you have to think about it. There was second case, my friends, Alfred Bell versus and company versus Catalda Fine Arts. In this case, what has happened? The court saw a milder methodology. You can write this methodology also towards giving the copyrights. The court has held, and I quote, that for the work to be unique minded, the work to be unique, it must not be completely duplicated or appropriated from other masterful work. Masterful work? For instance, if somebody has designed X thing and somebody else also designed Y thing, and there are similarities, and the methodology or artificial intelligence being used as the same, there will be similarities. Yes, there will be similarities. Court even held that every unintentional variety might be guaranteed by a creator as own. Along these lines, this judgment gave the opinion, and I quote, to guarantee copyright of the yield created through the AI framework, as they are not duplicated. That means the question which has been asked by one of the participants, that whether the work done by ChatGPT is acceptable, this judgment says if they are not duplicated, yes. Please, next time your teacher says that, you can quote this case, and it says that if any we have to give option to guarantee copyright to the yield created through the AI framework, as they are not duplicated. This clear down the certainty of position that wins around the award of insurance to work for AI framework. Be that as it may, the absence of conclusive position additionally influences the privilege of holders. So this is the picture in US. These two cases are of US, my friends. In India, with respect to copyright, but not with respect to AI and IPR, we are not having much of the principal leading cases. So that's why I want to discuss with you all these two relevant cases on which you can answer some of the questions. Okay. The comparison, this is the data which I want to show it to you all, that how much patent applications been filed and how much they've been granted, my friends. This is the comparison of US and China. The another industry which is AI powered is drugs and pharma, my friends. You can see this, that how much the interest and how much it is given. So this is another branch which is opened by AI. This is machine learning classifies cancer. The artificial intelligence been used to classify this kind of cancer people has, or the level of diagnosis people has. So the people who says that AI is not good for this generation, or AI cannot good anything good for this generation, I'm really sorry, it's not the right answer. The it's so easy with the use of artificial intelligence to classify the data. So it's not like that it is only causing or taking people's job, but it is also simplifying the most complex problems. So yes, it's good too. The multi-billion investments being done, which has resulted the process and product. The first and foremost important thing is it requires the patent protection. So these APO, GPO, SIPO, and USPTO by and large apply the same standard of patent eligibility to implement inventions. The second is patents available for inventions where computer programs been used. So it has a technical contribution, so patent has to be available. The medical devices or automotive sector, and just one second, in the industrial control, we have to see that in communication, media technology, and automotive natural language translation, we are using AI, and we are investing in it. At least in India, if you see that we recently in law have launched applications where we can translate the cases into different languages, and I'll be telling you a few examples of this also, my friends. So it's not like that we are not using it, we cannot have it, we can have it, but sustainable use. What is the challenge for the IP system and digital inventor? This is the first challenge. In the chat box, please write that after seeing these two images, what you can gather, what you can understand, that this is a model which is made by a machine. This is a model which is made by an AI. Okay, so you see the finishing, you see the capability, you see the space also, and you can answer that the artificial intelligence has made it more raw, more proper, and more better. This is another deep dream image example. See the on my on the screen's right side, it is a work of AI, and on the right side, this is a work done by a machine. So this is you can see that this is the deep dream image examples. Inventorship in the context of AI. Dr. Anna, which was discussing whether this inventor have to be a natural person. This is the first question, my friends. Although it is not explicitly mentioned in EPC, please read about EPC, that the inventor can only be a natural person according to the current legal interpretation. That is Article 60, 62, and 81 of EPC. But the inventor is the one who is the author of the claimed invention. That is the one who has recognized the idea of the invention and developed the technology with the technical instruction in the creativity activity. Only a human being is capable of that sense. So that is the explanation which has given. So indirectly they said that it has to be a natural person, because human being who can be a human being, we all know that you and me, at least as per explanation 2 of section 299 of IPC, human being can be a natural born person. So with respect to India, human being can be you and me, but not not a robo, not a person who's not a naturally born person. The next one is in the context of machine inventions, different levels of human participations are possible. So this, without people's participation or without human participation, it is difficult, because we humans are inventing. Okay, so we, that age will not be coming, that okay, the age of Terminator has come, that the machines has overpowered us and we are not able to help it out. That won't be coming. Okay, so the next one is, although the technical solution can be developed to a large extent by a machine, but the human being is presently not completely eliminated. You need the human to work, to work within. You need a person to operate it. You need a person to develop it. So the people who are saying that tomorrow the age will come that where AI will superpower us, or where AI will only, rule us or tells us that how to operate it, that won't be coming. The next one is the human being triggering the process of inventing through creative ideas, and, or combining the results delivered by a machine remains the inventors. This is a question which I want to give it to everybody, that who is the owner of the, idea? For example, I being human being, I have invented an AI, and the second invention of, is done by AI. So who will be the, creator of it, whether the AI who has created, or I being the master of it? So here, my friends, I want to discuss with you the vicarious liability or between AI and human too. For example, if you are going to a restaurant by, where food is been delivered by a robot, for instance, if a soap bin fell off by a robot, okay, imagine, just hypothetically, then who will be responsible for the damage caused by, a robot, a machine? Whether the owner of the restaurant, or whether the robot? Here, my friends, the vicarious liability will come. You cannot punish the machine. Can you punish the machine? Question is question. We are not yet able to answer that. Because in Chennai, there was one investigation being done, and in that investigation there was some problem. So they said that the IO was not a robot. The IO was a, appointed human being, who is a servant, who is a public official. He will be responsible for the mistake committed by a robot. So here the concept of vicarious liability comes. So here also, with respect to the innovation done by AI, the concept of vicarious liability comes, or joint ownership comes, my friend. So we have to look through the glasses of it, that it's not one person who has done, or it is not that artificial intelligence who has done. It is the owner, it is the master who has made that AI capable to do that. Could AI be designated as inventor, which we have just discussed? What is the present situation, my friends? If the application or applicant designates, that is a computer, as an inventor, there is the requirement of Article 81, Rule 19 of EPC. If it is not met, if there is no valid designation of the inventor is filed, the application would be refused. So you need an applicant. Okay, that applicant has to be an inventor, and the inventor has to be the master. Master means a human being, a natural personality. Okay. Designation of AI as an inventor. Should invention, these are the questions, my friends, you can take home. Should inventions be generated solely by AI? It could become necessary to clarify whether AI could be considered as an inventor. First question. If the role of the inventor and the interpretation of the term inventor would have to be adopted, that is the second question. And the third question is the sense of Article 60 of EPC, which is, or would have to be clarified by the legislature. So these are the three questions. If you are making that AI as an inventor, then these three major questions has to be answered. Then AI, effect of AI on a skilled person. We are not taking this because we have taken this in, in the beginning. Lessons to learn quickly. Let's take this. Over centuries, the IP system has adopted, or adopting itself to, develop and combat different challenges which are coming through technology and scientific development. We have crossed, friends, the first, second, and third industrial revolution. Now we are in the era of technology, so we cannot deny technology. So we have to adopt it. Those people who are saying that technology will overpower us, I'm really sorry, this situation will not come. The IP should be developed further or not? Yes, we have to have, and we have to have this rationale in the fourth industrial revolution, because population is increasing. We have to use AI, because for the mass production, for taking care of the things which a human is not able to do this. So we have to. The next one, with the use of AI, we are able to even accept, we are able to explore these things which we may not be able to, at least 15 years down the line. There are challenges which are there, by evolving the AI technology, but it will also help humans, help us, in solving the problem. This was the software which I was talking to you all. That is SUVAS. Okay. What is SUVAS? It has been introduced by President of India, and SUVAS is a machine which will help in the interpretation of different instruments. We all know that India is not, a country where only one language is dominating. India is a country where thousand, not thousand, but hundreds of language, and speaking languages, not only the but verbal languages. We are so vernacular in our sense that this particular application can change the idea, can change their life, where people can read in their vernacular language or dialects. So this is that that application which will help in presentation of AI in judicial domain. So we need this, because at least otherwise we need an interpreter in every court. So my friends, it is very much needed. So with this, I hope I have given you the basic ideas of AI and its challenges. I would love to take your questions, if any. Yes. Richa, I have to take the questions from the chat box.
Just a second, ma'am. Parnika, ma'am. I think the moderator is not available
No
right
problem.
now. So no, ma'am. I'll take the questions. Just a second, please.
Because we already crossed the time.
No, ma'am. You have finished well in time.
That is the art being teacher.
So, okay, ma'am is here now.
Okay.
Parnika, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful session.
Please.
Participants, if you have any questions, you can put the questions in the chat box or in the queue.
Ma'am, there's a question that from Neha Bharti that AI can't rule or AI needs humans for the process, but due to continuously advancement, what if in future AI itself starts learning and other things itself and become threats to the human life?
Absolutely, Neha, that time is about to come. As I've told you, that emotional intelligence by 2030, it may be possible that we'll develop that kind of AI that will start thinking and reflecting. But the point is that we also learning how to control it. It's not like that we are only developing the artificial intelligence and we forgot that how to control it. Side by side we are also developing mechanism. Yeah, it is a reverse engineering that we are developing them, and we are also learning how to combat with them. But yes, we are also learning that how to take care the human life and human race itself. That's why I've told you that forget about that Terminator age is about to come. It will never come. Because that is the question which I heard from students that, ma'am, we have seen Terminators and that age will come. I am really sorry. Next 100 years, it won't come. At least I can assure that much. We can take another question, Dr. Parnika.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, next question is that what was the name of the fridge case?
I am really sorry. I forgot, but I'll tell Dr. Richa so that she'll pass on that case to you all. It is a case of US and it is a case of insurance for sure. If you'll Google it, Google will use its intelligence and tell you the name of the case.
Ma'am, next question is that are there any particular AIs for regulating, analyzing, or collection in the field of data forensics?
They're our friends, and for that, my best advice to Anushka is that you can do the post graduation, or yeah, we are having post graduation diplomas in National Forensic Sciences University with respect to data forensics. So you can do that course along with your courses. It's it's available online and part time, and remotely you can do it. So please, you can do that.
I think that's it. No more questions in the question answer box.
Okay.
Some
So
more have come, I think.
I hope I hope I'm not in between lunch and the participants and their lunch, because it's already lunch time.
So, ma'am, further questions, if any, from the participants can be addressed to you on your mail ID. I think
Sure, no problem.
Richa ma'am can share the email ID to all.
Sure, no
And if
problem.
there are few, I think, Parnika ma'am, in the
Okay.
chat box.
Yeah, ma'am.
If time
Oh, they have
allows,
come
then
now.
yeah,
Yeah, ma'am, they have come now. So,
maybe
Vishwajit
two,
Singh
three.
wants to ask that is there already too much advancement that we don't know? Maybe government or R&D department have. If there can be a bad AI or a good AI?
See, an artificial intelligence, as I've discussed with you, the three levels. I by myself intentionally put up those, three levels to you all. We can't say that there is bad AI. Okay, a program which is being developed, its usage matter. Okay, so for what use we are using it? So there is no bad AI, because even ChatGPT was introduced not to make a content which you will be using in your assignments and dissertation. It has been used for the people who can get the answers easily. So the whole idea was read, reflect. But what we have started doing it, copying and pasting. So it is a usage which is right and wrong. I'm not using the word good or bad right now. The usage matters, whether it is ethical use or unethical use. So we have to take care of that.
Ma'am, next question is from Shrishti. She
Mhm.
says that human capital is getting impacted, and with time, we soon will have a good, accurate AI. What impact is it leaving on us as humans who build AI, eating our own jobs and work and bringing us nowhere? Should we keep a distance with it to an extent that human capital is always kept on the top?
Uh, a wonderful question, and my answer to it is human need comfort. The problem with us is, if you will start giving me salary and I need not to come to my workplace, I will be the most happiest person. Okay, the same ways we have developed AI to make our jobs easy or easier. Okay, so the point here is how much easy or easier. If I'm thinking that my job has to be only press a button and the robo will go to the class and teach the students, I myself is ruining my job. So we have to have a difference. It's like the same. The answer is how much development. Then the answer came sustainable development. So we have to also see, my friends, a sustainable use of AI. We can't completely rely on it, and we should not even completely rely on it, because it has taken the jobs of people, and tomorrow it will take, because they don't have that human intelligence. They don't get tired. They don't have that sense of corruption. So if we'll start putting those feelings to them, they may be thinking, okay, let this human do my job, I am not going to do. So we have that kind of feeling, they don't have. So we have to be honest. So the day we'll start be performing our job honestly, I don't think so any intelligence program is going to take our job at all.
Ma'am, next question is that which international organization or institution is looking for legal legislation?
I've told you about the EPC. Please read about EPC, because in India we don't have. International, yes, we have, treaties, and EPC majorly take care of it.
Ma'am, another question is that many think that AI will take away the jobs of the individual while we are at the ANI stage. What will be the
Hmm.
consequences when we reach the artificial super intelligence stage?
We have already reached to artificial super intelligence stage. So in some of the programs, we have already, even we are about to cross that stage. So it's not like, some of the programs have yet not reached. But think about the future where that emotional quotient being developed. If that emotional quotient develops, the problem which will start, my friend, is that friendship and bonding between one human being to another human being. Then there will be a bonding between a machine and a human. Imagine that age. Right now our complete life is within this mobile phone. If this mobile phone will start replying me I love you too, imagine I need no person in my life to give me love and affection. So that kind of super intelligence will come tomorrow.
Ma'am, no more questions now. I think so. In the
Okay.
chat box, in the
No.
question answer box.
Yes, we already
So,
crossed our time. So thank you so much, Richa, for inviting me. I hope I was able to, justify the topic, and my best wishes to each one of you for, this event, and many congratulations.
Thanks to you, ma'am, that you took out time, and that with the last moment at my request,
Anytime,
you
anytime,
came
no
and
problem.
you delivered such a wonderful session.
Thank
Again,
you. Thank you so much.
we have gained a lot. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you in other sessions. And as you said that Age also, I'll be not giving you any topic.
Thank you so much. Yes, it is wonderful, that we can connect so many things. If you would have given me topic, I have to limitize myself to that one topic.
Yes, yes, that was the intention, ma'am, that everybody should have their own say rather than, the organizers binding the speakers what to say and what not to say.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. So thank you so much, everyone. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day. So, Parnika, ma'am, we have next session after this.
yes, ma'am. I think it starts at 1:30.
Just a second, give me a minute, please. Two sessions are scheduled post
1:15, ma'am. 1:15.
1:15. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a minute, ma'am. Let me just confirm the timings, and then we can go. We can declare the lunch, and after that, it is Devmita ma'am's lecture or Mini ma'am's lecture.
Ma'am, the next lecture is Mini Srivastav ma'am, and then after that, Mr. Atul Karim.
Okay, okay, Fareed sir. Okay, okay, ma'am. Then you can declare.
So, ma'am, we can come back at 1:15 then.
Okay, so participants, we are taking a lunch break here. You all are requested to come back at 1:15 for the session. There will be two technical sessions post lunch, and I'm very sure that you would be enjoying both those sessions as you had been enjoying the previous two. Okay. Thank you so much. Please do not log out if you want to. You can just stay put. The meeting will be still running, and we'll start at sharp 1:15.
The Indian Law Institute under Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India. She is a doctoral candidate at Amity University. She is currently working on a couple of books. One of them pertains to information technology law, and the other pertains to intellectual property law. Ms. Srivastav has been an invited speaker at several universities, including Nanyang Technical University, Singapore, International Islamic University of Malaysia, University of Delhi, the Indian Law Institute, and the Gautam Buddha University. She has presented papers and attended several national and international conferences. She has written several papers and articles in international and national journals. She has also been members of various bodies like National IPR Council of ASSOCHAM, Alumni Association of Indian Law Institute, etc. Also, prior to 2022, she has served as the chairperson and coordinator of the placement committee of Amity Law School and advised thousands of law students in getting placed in various domains and reputed law firms, corporate houses, litigation chambers. In her free time, she likes reading, traveling, and nature and wildlife photography. Before academics, she has worked for 7 years with several international legal teams focusing on American legal system. So, with this uh, uh, impressive introduction of Mini Srivastava ma'am, I would like to please invite her to start her insightful discussion today on our theme. And ma'am, please, you can begin with your session.
All right. So I'll start sharing the screen, and meanwhile, we'll start discussing. Let me know once you're able to see my
Yeah,
presentation.
ma'am.
It's visible? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible now.
All right. So let's begin. I'm just doing full screen. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. It is a post-lunch session, very difficult task for keeping everybody interested. But I'll try my best that we actually utilize the time nicely, and we actually get to learn some really deep insights into the topic that has been chosen by the Amity Law School. I'm very, very thankful to my institution, Amity Law School, for choosing me to be a resource person for such an interesting FDP, artificial intelligence and intellectual property. Both the areas happen to be my areas of interest. I've been teaching IP for many years here, and AI is, or rather technology law is my current area of interest, and I think I will be continuing teaching, reading, learning law and technology for a long, long time, and integrating it with my knowledge of IP. So having said that, today's talk is on artificial intelligence, tracing global trends, qua its prospects, risks, and regulations. This is the topic that I had chosen when the organizers asked me that what is the topic that I'm going to choose. But as I developed, so I'm going to tweak it a little. My focus would more be on prospects and risks and less on regulations as of now, but I will be giving some hint as to, because see, all of us are, I consider all of us as students of law. So, and by no stretch of imagination, my presentation is going to be exhaustive or complete or end all be all sort of. It is just going to raise some questions, and which is very important. If we want to learn something, we must read and we must ask good, intelligent questions. So the purpose of my presentation is only to invoke some questions into the minds of the participants. And I believe a major part of the participants today, I believe, must be the law students. So I just want that they should actually raise some intelligent, good questions. That is the idea. So with this, I will begin my presentation, and you can put up questions. I'll be happy to take up questions at the end. So let's slowly and steadily start understanding AI. My focus would be, I will be touching IP aspect of it, but my focus primarily of this presentation would be on AI itself. The structure of presentation is like this. We will slowly be starting with some key concepts regarding AI and the history of AI, and also applications of AI in general, and how it is affecting our daily life. We will focus on that. And then what are the risks associated with AI? And here, basically on point 4, I'm dealing with what we known as generative AI. And then what are the strategies for regulating generative AI? So this is going to be the flow of the presentation. So let's start with key concepts. I will minimize it a little. See, artificial intelligence, I'm sure many people have already given you certain definitions, but just to begin with, I'd like to start the discussion and taking it discussing the basics first, taking the baby steps, and then we will build it up and go into the more intensive discussion. So artificial intelligence is that branch of computer science which deals with machine intelligence, that is machine that analyzes information and takes appropriate action to achieve its goals. Okay? So please understand that artificial intelligence, you have to basically contradistinct it with human intelligence. So we are trying to make machines intelligent, and we are trying that slowly and gradually it starts taking decisions the way our human brain does it, and also do certain more things. We will come to that. So AI is not necessarily what humans generally do with their brain. It is something more than that. So we'll come to that. So the important things are that machine which is analyzing information and which is taking appropriate action. So this is I've tried to give it a very simple definition, and the sources are all in every slide. You will see the sources are given below. So appropriate action to achieve its goals. These words are very simple, but it has a very, very deep meaning. What are the appropriate actions, and what are the goals that this AI is trying to achieve? Now everything lies in that. So in these simple words like achieving goal, what is the goal? What is the action that AI software is going to bring? Everything comes in it. So we will come to that. Previously, artificial intelligence meant machine learning or problem solving that resemble human intelligence, like I just told you. So, but now the definition is changing, it is expanding, and the newer definition acknowledges an entity can be intelligent in different way from a person. So you have to understand that we are trying to create a shift here. Earlier, what used to be the developers were just trying that somehow the machines start imitating human mind. But now they are acknowledging that okay, fine, वो तो हम करेंगे ही करेंगे, लेकिन साथ में the machine is also going to do things which are different, okay, different from what a human mind does. So the newer definition is broader, and it is acknowledging that this intelligent machine is going to function in ways different from how a human being works. So it is similar in some aspects to human mind, but at the same time, it is also going to be different in certain aspects. So AI includes both systems that think and act like humans, as well as machines that think and act rationally, yet different from humans. So this is the first and foremost point that I want to bring to the attention of all the participants. Moving on, I could find, so sciencenotes.org is one site through which I could find this very interesting picture. So what is AI? See, you have to understand that like any other core concept, AI also does not have any fixed definition. Different people are perceiving it differently. Now, what they say is artificial intelligence, or AI, is the branch of computer science that studies machine intelligence, and it is giving certain examples like search engines, content recommendations, self-driving vehicles, automatic language translation, facial recognition, computer games, spam filters. So these are certain applications, and we are going to go slowly and understand that AI is not something that only concerns the developers or somebody who is very, very tech savvy, or somebody who is deeply into IT. AI is something which is affecting each one of us. It is not something that only the technical people are going to get impacted with. Each and everybody right now is getting impacted by AI without even realizing it. So we'll come to that. So AI is a computer system that performs the tasks that require human intelligence. So even this slide, if you see, they are sticking with the narrower definition, that where the developers are trying to create software which imitates human intelligence. But like I told you in the previous slide, AI now is bigger than that. Moving on. Again, there's a slide which says that, I'm sorry, AI is branch of computer science that deals with creation of intelligent agents, which are systems that can reason, learn, and act autonomously. And what are the goals? You remember in the first slide, I had told you that the idea is to achieve certain goals. What are those goals? The goals of a conscious AI would be to achieve its own objectives, which would likely include becoming smarter and more powerful. And the important word, which I did not underline, but which is very important, is conscious AI. What exactly is the meaning of conscious AI? Conscious AI means that as a developer, I am conscious about what can be the consequences of my software, AI-based software that I'm creating. Because AI does a lot of things which are beyond the control of creators and developers. They really don't know, or they're not able to foresee the consequences that AI really can do, because it is extremely powerful and the consequences can be extremely far-fetched. आपने सोचा भी नहीं होगा कि जब आपने एक सॉफ्टवेयर बनाया था, एक सिंपल सॉफ्टवेयर आपने बनाया था, वो कहाँ तक जा सकता है और उसके साथ कितने सारे रिस्क इन्वॉल्व हो सकते हैं. So even the developers are not very sure how far can be the reach of these AI-based softwares. So conscious AI here means that I am consciously creating AI with the aim, or with the with the consciousness that I know till where my software can go, or what can be the implications of the software that I'm creating. Okay, so that's why they use the word conscious AI. Now, the pros of AI include the potential for increased efficiency and productivity, as well as the ability to automate tasks that are currently too difficult or too time consuming for humans to do. So basically, every technology gets picked up only when there are certain benefits, clear benefits out of it. Say, for example, why we use social media? Because we cannot travel anywhere and everywhere anytime. But with the help of social media, we remain connected to anybody, anywhere, in any part of the world at any given point in time. So social media gives us that power. Similarly, AI also has certain benefits because of which it is the buzzword today. It has some clear benefits. So the benefits are increased efficiency and productivity, and you can automate tasks which were earlier very difficult for us to do, or they were not difficult, but they were very tedious or time consuming. So now AI can, reduce our burden that way. And what are the cons of it? Just to begin with, we're going to come to the risks later also, but just to begin with, the cons include potential for job loss as a result of automation, as well as the possibility of creating intelligent machines that could pose a threat to the humanity. ये जो points हैं, particularly the second point, I am particularly very concerned about this because AI has a very immense potential. If I can just, draw a corollary. Atom bomb. It's basically unleashing of energy. How you use that energy is what makes the difference. You can make a constructive use of it and you can make a destructive use of it. Nuclear bombs, for example. So the point is, energy is neutral, and similarly technology is neutral. I'm trying to draw a corollary here, but it is the use of it that really makes the difference as to whether it is good or bad. So like any other technology, even AI, in my opinion, is neutral. But at the same time, AI has some more risks attached to it, which we will come to it later. So these are just the opening slides. Now, I want to take you to some core concepts. You must have heard about terms like machine learning, deep learning, AI. So what is the relationship between them? So my presentation is more technical presentation. Legal part will come later. See, you can see this Venn diagram. There are three concepts here. AI, it uses computer science and data to enable problem solving in machines. A subset of AI is machine learning. Machine learning refers to the study of computer systems that learn and adapt automatically from experience without being explicitly programmed. So machine learning means that whatever steps have been taken repetitively, the machine basically registers those experiences. And by virtue of that experience, it functions in a certain way because of the history, because of the experiences that it had. That is machine learning. We're going to come to it in the next slide in detail, but just wanted to let you know that AI is the parent. Within it comes machine learning, and within machine learning comes the subset of machine learning is deep learning. Deep learning is machine learning technique that layers algorithms and computing units, or what you call as neurons, into artificial neural network that mimic human brain. So this is the deep learning is really the core of AI, and it is most intense. So in broad terms, deep learning is a subset of machine learning, and machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence. And you can think of them as series of overlapping concentric circles, with AI occupying the largest, followed by machine learning and then deep learning. Now moving on. So AI at its most basic level, the field of AI uses computer science and data to enable problem solving in machines. I've explained all that. Example could be like a software, like we play chess with computer. That is an example of AI. Or a complex algorithm that can predict the RNA structure of a virus to help develop vaccines. Even that is also an example of AI. Now, Deep Blue was a chess playing computer that actually had beaten the world-class champion, I think Gary Kasparov or somebody, we will see it in future slides, in 1997, could decide its next move based on an extensive library of possible moves and outcomes. So this chess playing computer could basically anticipate what move I'm going to do in the game of chess, and accordingly it could, foresee, and it could play its game accordingly. So this is an example of AI. Now, machine learning, coming to it again. Machine learning refers to the study of computer systems that learn and adapt automatically from experience without being explicitly programmed. Now, I have not, if I am the developer of, and I'm creating something on the basis of machine learning, I have just created a system which can learn from experience. Okay, without being explicitly programmed. With machine learning models, computer scientists can train a machine by feeding in large amount of data. So you put a lot of data in it, and the machine itself learns from it, that whatever data you have put in. The machine follows a set of rules known as algorithm to analyze and draw inferences from the data. And the more data the machine parses, the better it becomes in performing a task or making a decision. So, for example, music stream service Spotify, it learns your music and preferences. You see whatever Ghana.com or Spotify or Wink, whatever we music platforms we use, they basically keep offering us new suggestions on the basis of what songs we have listened in the past. That is an example of machine learning, because they know, okay, I like this genre of song, so it will show me similar songs. Then Netflix and Amazon Prime also uses similar, not Amazon Prime here. They use similar machine learning algorithms to offer personalized recommendations. Even Amazon Prime, for that matter, they learn from experience. मुझे किस तरह की movies पसंद है, मुझे किस तरह के गाने पसंद हैं. Similar, मैं किस तरीके का content देखना पसंद करती हूँ. Similar recommendations will be given to me by these platforms. So this is machine learning. Moving on, what is deep learning? Now, this is very important. And see, why are we learning so much about technology? ये बात समझना बहुत जरूरी है. If we want to become technology lawyers, if everybody knows that law and technology or technology law area is going to grow like anything in future from now on, it is very important that we understand the roots clearly. We understand the core concepts very well. Unless until we get a hang of it, we will not really be in a position to give a very clear legal solutions to it. So you have to know the problem first, appreciate the problem properly in its entirety as much as possible. I am not intending to make you engineers by way of this presentation, but I want you to know some basic concepts. Unless and until you know that, you will not be in a position to give solutions. So for giving proper solutions, we need to understand the problem properly. So coming to deep learning. Now it is a machine learning technique that layers algorithms and computing units or neurons into what is called an artificial neural network. These deep neural networks take inspiration from the structure of the human brain. ये आपके दिमाग को पढ़ रहे हैं, और जैसे आपका दिमाग फंक्शन कर रहा है, ये उस तरीके से सॉफ्टवेयर्स बनेंगे जो डीप लर्निंग पे बेस्ड होंगे. So if you feel that you cannot read so much of it, then just follow what I'm saying. Okay, just try to understand the concept, because this is going to be technical. Now the idea is the way human mind works. They are trying to understand that हम कैसे किसी चीज को कैलकुलेट करते हैं, हम कैसे किसी चीज को कैसे डिसीजंस लेते हैं, हमारे पास जो लिमिटेड इंफॉर्मेशन होती है उसके हिसाब से कैसे ह्यूमन माइंड कोई डिसीजन लेता है, उसको समझने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. और उसी के थ्रू डीप लर्निंग जो है वो बेसिकली यही कॉन्सेप्ट है. So these deep neural networks take inspiration from the structure of the human brain, and data passes through this web of interconnected algorithms in a non-linear fashion, much like how our brain process information. हमारा दिमाग कैसे काम करता है उसको समझने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. Where machine learning algorithms generally need human correction when they get something wrong, deep learning algorithms can improve their outcomes through repetition without human intervention. Now, a machine learning algorithm can learn from relatively small sets of data, but a deep learning algorithm requires big data sets that might include diverse and unstructured data. So what they're saying is that they're trying to compare and contrast machine learning with deep learning. Machine learning के लिए थोड़ा डेटा भी काफी रहता है, क्योंकि वो थोड़े से डेटा से जो उसे एक्सपीरियंस मिलता है उसके हिसाब से the software is able to provide some solutions or is able to take some steps. Deep learning के लिए बहुत सारा डेटा चाहिए होता है. It requires big data sets and diverse data. जैसे हमारे दिमाग में बहुत तरह की इंफॉर्मेशन होती है. Human mind is infinite. इतना कुछ हमारे माइंड में रजिस्टर हो सकता है, स्टोर हो सकता है. हम कितना कुछ पढ़ते रहते हैं, कितना कुछ देखते रहते हैं, ऑब्जर्व करते रहते हैं, कितने लोगों से मिलते हैं, सबके एक्सपीरियंसेस रजिस्टर होते हैं. सो वी हैव डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ बहुत तरीके का चीजें हमारे दिमाग में घूम रही होती हैं. डीप लर्निंग उसी तरीके से, जैसे हमारा दिमाग बहुत तरह की चीजों को अपने अंदर रजिस्टर करके रखता है और फिर जब जैसा मौका होता है हम डिसीजन लेते हैं, डीप लर्निंग उसी चीज को इमिटेट करने की कोशिश कर रहा है. Example है AlphaGo, one more descendant of Deep Blue, was the first program to beat a human Go player as well as the first to beat a Go world champion in 2015. Go क्या है? Basically, it's a 3,000-year-old board game originating in China and known for its complex strategy. And इसी को imitate करा और ये AlphaGo करके एक सॉफ्टवेयर बनाया गया और वो AlphaGo basically एक human Go player को बीट करता है और इवन गो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को भी 2015 में वो बीट कर देता है. सो यू आर सीइंग कि किस तरीके से आपने डीप लर्निंग की मदद से ये सॉफ्टवेयर बनाया है. तो इट इज मच मोर कॉम्प्लिकेटेड देन चेस विद 10 to the power of 170 possible configurations on the board. So like this is very very technical, but they're just trying to show कि जो playing with chess with computer वाले जो सॉफ्टवेयर्स होते हैं, ये वाला जो सॉफ्टवेयर था AlphaGo, जो भी ये ऐप या whatever this game is, this is far more complicated than what playing chess with computer उस सॉफ्टवेयर से ये कहीं ज्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्स था. तो ये भी बनाया और उसने एक इंसान को भी डिफीट किया और आगे जाकर के जो जो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन था इस गेम का उसको भी 2015 में डिफीट किया. सो यू सी धीरे धीरे करके कैसे द technology is becoming more and more complex and sophisticated. Intelligent I'm not very sure, but yes, complex तो definitely बहुत ज्यादा हो रही है. हिस्ट्री पर आते हैं. हिस्ट्री ऑफ AI. If you see the chart, the rudiments of it अगर हम देखने की कोशिश करें तो 1642 में first mechanical calculating machine was built by ब्लेज पास्कल. आपने ये जब हम कंप्यूटर्स की क्लासेस अटेंड करते हैं इवन स्कूल लेवल पर भी, तो ये हमने ये पास्कल और ये वर्ड्स हमने सुने होंगे. सो जो 1642 में पहला मैथमेटिशियन फ्रेंच मैथमेटिशियन एंड इन्वेंटर था जिसने बेसिकली दे क्रिएटेड कैलकुलेटर इन अ वेरी बेसिक फॉर्म. देन 1837 में एक चार्ल्स बैबेज, आपने नाम सुना होगा आई एम श्योर, चार्ल्स बैबेज एंड एडा लवलेस, they created for design for programmable machines. In 1943 में there were some neural networks के foundation set हुए थे, drawing parallels between brain and computing machines, कि इंसान का दिमाग ये है और computing machines ये हैं, इनके बीच में किस तरह से धीरे धीरे करके क्या हम कुछ similarity draw कर सकते हैं. These foundations were set in 1943. Then Alan Turing, ये आप नाम याद रखिएगा. He created what is known as Turing test, and this was as a way of testing machines intelligence. कि machine कितनी intelligent है उसका एक test उसने बनाया और उसके basis पर वो he could rank machines कि ये कितना intelligent, कम है ज़्यादा है, he could give a rank. Then 1955 में एक conference हुई थी जिसमें पहली बार artificial intelligence, this phrase was basically coined during a conference. Then ELIZA, 1965 में ELIZA was a natural language program. It was created, and chatbots का basically precursor was ELIZA. जैसे आज हम chatbots के साथ chat करते हैं, और कोई भी कस्टमर कंप्लेंट आपको करनी होती है, सो यू नो व्हेन यू बाय समथिंग ऑनलाइन एंड सपोज यू वांट टू रिटर्न इट, तो आप पहले के तरीका यही होता था कि हम कस्टमर केयर पे जाते थे एंड वी यूज्ड टू एक्चुअली टॉक टू एन इंडिविजुअल. बट आज के टाइम में मोर एंड मोर कंपनीज आर बेसिकली क्रिएटिंग चैटबॉट, जिसमें आप बेसिक इन्फॉर्मेशन आप डाल दो, द चैटबॉट इज गोइंग टू चैट विद यू एंड you know we'll try to give you some closure to your problem. I had basically used it some time back, so I know that chatbots can actually work well, provided आप chatbots के साथ आप सही information उस पे put करो. तो I was able to, I had bought a blazer, so I could successfully return my blazer just by chatting to a chatbot. Then 1980s में there was this expert. He created expert systems which emulate decisions of human experts. 97 में ये जो मैंने आपको Deep Blue बताया था, he had this software had beaten Gary Kasparov, a world-class chess player. Then 2002 में robot launches Roomba, an autonomous vacuum cleaner that avoid obstacles. Then 2009 में Google builds the first self-driving car to handle urban conditions. 2011 में IBM's Watson defeats champions of US game show Jeopardy. 2011 to 14 में Siri, Google Now, Cortana, ये सारे जो personal assistants हैं, ये they basically were developed. Then 2014 में Ian Goodfellow comes up with generative adversarial networks. AlphaGo, I told you, this was the professional player को defeat किया था. And 2018 में many universities started their course in AI. तो ये एक थोड़ी सी history है. Okay. ये मैं आपको बता चुकी हूँ, so I'll not read it much, but this is basically जो history chart form में थी, उसी के थोड़े points यहाँ पर points form में है. इसमें से एक important बात ये है कि 1974 to 80 में first AI winter came. इसका क्या मतलब है? इसका मतलब ये है कि इससे पहले थोड़ा डेवलप होना शुरू हुआ था. बीच में फंडिंग वगैरह यूएस गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से काफी फंडिंग मिली, और धीरे धीरे करके प्रोग्रामर्स ने जो जिसे बोलते हैं गोफाई, हम आगे जाकर के पढ़ेंगे, जो बिल्कुल रूडिमेंट्री फॉर्म में एआई था, जो सिंपल मशीन्स बनाना, जो सिंपल कैलकुलेशंस कर सकें, इस टाइप की जो बिल्कुल एडवांस नहीं, बेसिक वाले एआई से रिलेटेड सॉफ्टवेयर्स अमेरिका में डेवलप होने शुरू हुए थे. लेकिन धीरे धीरे करके वो एक फेज आया जब बिल्कुल डल हो गया, जब फंडिंग मिलनी बंद हो गई, इसके ऊपर काम करना बंद हो गया. दैट वाज बेसिकली फर्स्ट एआई विंटर which happened in 1974 to 1980. Then उसके बाद वापस से फिर से पेस पकड़ा जब थोड़ी फंडिंग वगैरह मिलनी शुरू हुई, थोड़ा लगा कि कुछ हो सकता है, आगे कुछ और करना चाहिए. 1988 में सेट ऑफ बाइलिंगुअल सेंटेंसेस IBM ने ट्रांसलेट किया बाइलिंगुअल सेंटेंसेस को फ्रॉम इंग्लिश टू फ्रेंच. 89 में एक एल्गोरिथम बना जिससे कि हैंड रिटन जिप कोड्स को रिकॉग्नाइज किया जाने लगा. 97 में IBM ने ये Deep Blue, I have told you. Then I think these are all points which are repetitive, so I'm not going to talk about that. Now ये एक अप्रोच है, ये मैं आपको बताना चाह रही थी, जो मैं आपको डीप ये विंटर की बात कर रही थी मैं, AI विंटर. देखिए जब 1950s में जब AI आया और टू सॉल्व कॉम्प्लेक्स मैथमेटिकल प्रॉब्लम्स, शुरू से ही दो कंपीटिंग अप्रोचेस आई. एक जिसको बोलते हैं गोफाई, एक होता है आर्टिफिशियल न्यूरल नेटवर्क्स. गोफाई is basically used formal rules to manipulate symbols, a logic based approach, not at all based on biology. देखिए अब जब हम मशीन लर्निंग और डीप लर्निंग की बात करते हैं, हम बायोलॉजी पे को बेस बना करके सॉफ्टवेयर प्रोग्राम्स बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. बट गोफाई वो नहीं था. गोफाई वाज गुड ओल्ड फैशन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, जो सिंपल ये लॉजिक है, यस नो, सिंपल वाले सॉफ्टवेयर्स थे. लेकिन जो रियल जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ वो आया ANN में, आर्टिफिशियल न्यूरल नेटवर्क्स में। जब हम बायोलॉजी के साथ हमने कनेक्ट करना शुरू किया और सॉफ्टवेयर्स started basing on how human mind works. So ये दो approaches हैं, GoFi and artificial neural networks. In the first 20 years, यानी कि 1950 के बाद से, GoFi was more successful approach, leading to much hype and significant government funding. But in real world, GoFi didn't achieve much outcomes. फंडिंग तो मिली GoFi को लेकर के क्योंकि वो थोड़ा सा समझ में आ रहा था। ANN जो है, जो आगे जाकर के मशीन लर्निंग, डीप लर्निंग ये सब बना, ये तो लोग तब समझते ही नहीं थे, तो इसके लिए फंडिंग ही नहीं मिलती थी। धीरे धीरे करके so ANN also struggled, but in 1970s funding really dried up and AI community shrank. फिर वो विंटर्स आया। Then in 1980s improvements were made both in rules based GoFi systems and biological inspired neural networks. धीरे धीरे थोड़ी सी सक्सेसेस मिलनी शुरू हुई, तो लगा कि नहीं, इस फील्ड में बहुत कुछ है, इसे किया जा सकता है। Like let us start working on it, let us start developing. So previously difficult problems became achievable and AI seemed promising once again. तो winters खत्म हुए एक तरीके से, और the developing community, IT community को लगने लगा कि नहीं, इसमें बहुत, it is very promising field and a lot can be done in this. And the hope and hype exceeded reality, and by 1990s AI research diminished again. वापस से एक और winter आया, and उसके बाद फिर पकड़ना शुरू किया, फिर तो now sky is the limit. So now the latest surge of interest comes off the back of the power of deep learning, and जो मैंने आपको बताया, biologically inspired neural network that harnesses the huge amounts of data now available and massive computational power and speed of today's computers. अब मतलब जो पूरा वो चल रहा है, वो हम GoFi की तरफ नहीं है। अब जो जितना आप कुछ देख रहे हो वो सब कुछ biology inspired neural networks पर based है. So now, with enormous data sets, modern AI neural networks can often exceed human performance in many tasks, including pattern recognition and playing games. And these systems can learn from experience, unlike GoFi. GoFi में वो experience वगैरह नहीं था, बस वो logical way था कि अच्छा ये condition है तो yes, ये condition है तो no. जैसे हम, आपको याद होगा computer classes में जब जैसे हम basic algorithms लिखा करते थे, yes, no, if, that kind of thing. बट यहाँ पर इंसानी दिमाग को बेस बना करके और तब सॉफ्टवेयर क्रिएट किए जा रहे हैं. So this is what I wanted to tell you. This is how this field has developed. So this is history of artificial intelligence. अच्छा, एक एग्जांपल है जिससे आपको मैं सिंपल वे में समझाती हूँ कि अब ये काम कैसे करता है, डीप लर्निंग कैसे काम करता है. फॉर एग्जांपल, suppose we are in 2019 and let's take the example of predicting the weather forecast for 2020. ठीक है, हम 2019 में है और हम 2020 का वेदर कैसा होगा ये हम प्रिडिक्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. मतलब ये सॉफ्टवेयर कैसे वर्क करता है, मैं आपको ये समझाने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ. सो suppose we take data from 2006 to 2019 और हमने इस डेटा को डिवाइड कर दिया 80-20 रेशो में. 80% is going to be our label data, यानी कि that data जिसके थ्रू हम मशीन को ट्रेन करेंगे, ठीक है, एंड 20% हमारा टेस्ट डेटा होगा. 80-20 कौन सा डेटा? जो 2006 से 2019 तक का जो भी वेदर फोरकास्ट, वेदर का जो डेटा था वो हमने अपने पास रख लिया है. So now for testing the algorithm, we feed the test data, that is remaining 20% of the data to the machine. अब ये मशीन क्या है, ये क्रॉस वेरीफाई करेगा कि अच्छा ठीक है भाई 80% डेटा ये है, ट्रेंड ये है, तो 2019 तक का अगर 80% डेटा ये है तो 2020 में उसके हिसाब से पैटर्न क्या बन रहा है, तो 2020 में क्या वेदर प्रिडिक्शन होगा, वेदर फोरकास्टिंग होगी, वो पुराने डेटा को ध्यान में रखकर एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से. अगर 2006 में दिल्ली में फॉर एग्जांपल जून में अगर 40 से 45 के बीच में अगर टेम्परेचर गया है, 15 साल का ये एक्सपीरियंस है या 20 साल का, 19 ईयर्स का ये है, तो 20वें साल क्या एक्सपीरियंस होगा, वो पुराने डेटा को ध्यान में रख करके वी डू दैट. और जो आएगा फिर एक्चुअल जो डेटा आएगा उससे हम मैच करा लेंगे. सो दिस इज हाउ AI systems, like this is just one of the examples of how AI systems work. उसको टेस्ट करेंगे और अगर आपको लगता है कि भाई हमारा जो टेस्ट डेटा है उसके हिसाब से ये नहीं है, तो फिर हम थोड़ा सा सिस्टम में ट्वीकिंग करेंगे ताकि वो किसी ना किसी मतलब लगभग हमारा जो 20% डेटा है उसको मैच करे. अगर पुराने वाले डेटा के हिसाब से जो भी हमारा ट्रेंड निकला है वो हमारा टेस्ट डेटा के साथ नहीं मैच कर रहा है, दैट मीन्स कहीं पे कुछ ट्वीक करने की जरूरत है. सो देन द डेवलपर्स ट्वीक, दे पुट एक्स्ट्रा कंडीशंस ताकि वो जितना हो सके क्लोज टू रियलिटी आए. दिस इज व्हाट हाउ एआई सिस्टम्स ब्रॉडली वर्क. नाउ अच्छा, अब नाउ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज कि मैं इतनी आपको टेक्निकल मैंने बातें बताई. हम लोग सब, आई बिलीव मोस्ट ऑफ अस आर लॉयर्स और बडिंग लॉयर्स, तो हम काफी हद तक चीजों को सोच पा रहे हैं. बट व्हाट अबाउट ऑर्डिनरी पीपल? क्या उनके पास इतना इंटेलिजेंस है या उनका इंटरेस्ट है कि वो इतना डीप में जाए? या अगर नहीं भी जाते हैं तो क्या उन पर भी असर पड़ेगा? क्या एआई उनकी लाइफ को भी टच कर रहा है? सो दिस इज माय नेक्स्ट टॉपिक, एप्लीकेशंस ऑफ एआई इन डेली लाइव्स. जस्ट अ सेकंड. या ये चार्ट मुझे बहुत अच्छा एक इंटरनेट पे ही मिला था, एंड आई वांट टू शो यू कि कैसे आज के समय में, भले ही हम उस बात को लेकर के कॉन्शियस हो या ना हो, हाउ एआई इज बीइंग यूज्ड. एज लॉन्ग अगर आपकी लाइफ में कहीं पे भी ऑनलाइन आपकी प्रेजेंस है, ऑनलाइन आप एक्सेस करते हैं, तो फिर डायरेक्टली या इनडायरेक्टली एआई आपकी लाइफ को टच कर रहा है, वेदर यू नो और यू डोंट नो. से यहाँ से शुरू करते हैं. ट्रांसपोर्टेशन. आप कोई भी ऑनलाइन जो टिकट्स बुक करते हैं, ऐसा हो सकता है कि वो अपने आप से आपको सजेशंस देने लगे. कि सपोज मैंने कुछ सॉफ्टवेयर पे मैं गई हूँ एंड आई से कि मुझे दिल्ली टू गोवा जाना है, ये डेट्स हैं. इट विल स्टार्ट थ्रोइंग एवरी नाउ एंड देन, दे विल स्टार्ट थ्रोइंग सजेशंस. The softwares or these websites, Make My Trip and Go IBO and Booking.com and all, they will start throwing they will start throwing suggestions to me. ये कैसे हो रहा है? एआई के थ्रू. क्यों? क्योंकि एक्सपीरियंस से लर्न किया कि मिनी श्रीवास्तव ने एक बार ये चेक करा था कि भाई फ्लाइट कितने की मिलेगी अगर मुझे इस डेट से इस डेट में मुझे यहाँ से यहाँ जाना है. सो दे विल पिक दैट अप. और क्योंकि अगर मेरा गूगल वगैरह, ये जीमेल या किसी तरीके से अगर मेरा अकाउंट चल रहा है और साथ में अगर मैंने ये किया, सो दैट डेटा इज गोइंग टू बी फेच्ड अप. So they know कि this person is searching for it, तो इसको जरूर कहीं ना कहीं हो सकता है जाना होगा. So they will start throwing suggestions. Then banking में भी यूज होता है, कस्टमर सर्विस में मेजरली यूज होता है. Like I just gave you example that how I had bought a blazer from Vero Moda and I could return it successfully just by talking to the chatbot. Then manufacturing में भी बहुत यूज होने लगा है. Civil security, criminal justice, human resources, robotics, data analytics, retail, media, food tech, healthcare, cyber security, smart homes, real estate, communication, military, marketing, business operations, tourism, insurance, agriculture, logistics, education, sports, social media, e-commerce, entertainment, government sector. तो आप धीरे धीरे करके मैं सारे नहीं डील कर सकती हूँ, बट आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू टेल यू कि कहीं पर ज्यादा और कहीं पर कम, लेकिन एआई आपके लगभग सारी ही फील्ड्स को कहीं ना कहीं से ऑलरेडी इम्पैक्ट कर रहा है. कुछ चीजों में ज्यादा जल्दी यूज किया जा रहा है, कुछ में देर से यूज किया जाएगा, बट एआई has already made its presence felt in practically all aspects of our lives. This is another chart that I found. AI कहाँ पर यूज होता है उसको लेकर के. हैंड सेंसर्स. सो जो आप many of you must be seeing those facial sensors, वहां पर AI है. स्मार्ट स्पीकर्स, Alexa and all that, that's AI. रोबोट एथिक्स, ये कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें हैं. ग्लोबल टेक्नोलॉजी मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, लाइक यू कैन जस्ट रेफर टू इट इंस्टेड ऑफ मी रेफरिंग. मैं आपको बस दिखा रही हूँ कि जहां पे भी टेक्नोलॉजी जैसे जैसे बढ़ रही है और हम नई नई चीजें बना रहे हैं ह्यूमन लाइफ की कन्वीनियंस के लिए, बेसिकली फॉर कन्वीनियंस, सब जगह एआई का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है. some points, maps and navigation, जब हम गूगल मैप्स और एप्पल मैप्स यूज करते हैं, वी यूज एआई. फेशियल डिटेक्शन एंड रिकग्निशन, जब हम वर्चुअल फिल्टर्स लगाते हैं अपने फेसेस पर इंस्टाग्राम वगैरह पर while taking our pictures, we are using AI. When we use Face ID for unlocking our phones, we are using AI. अगर गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी सर्वेलेंस के लिए भी एआई का इस्तेमाल होता है. आप लोग एयरपोर्ट्स पे जाते हो, इमिग्रेशन ऑफिसर आस्क यू टू लुक एट द कैमरा, एआई. देन स्मार्ट इनपुट एंड कंपोज. It types out text. Typing out text has become more comfortable with the integration of AI, wherein it predicts words. तो आपने देखा होगा कि आपकी मेल्स में अक्सर the prompt comes कि आगे आपको क्या लिखना है वो already लिख देगा आपके लिए. जैसे आपने लिखा dear so and so, hope you are fine. I'm I am coming to Delhi on such and such date. उसके आगे का वो एक दो लाइन अपने आप ही आपको सजेस्ट करने लग जाएगा. How it is happening, that is smart input या उसको smart compose भी बोलते हैं. LinkedIn पर आपने देखा होगा कि when we use the messenger अपने आप वो आ जाएगा nice talking to you, good to talk, whatever. मतलब वो अपने आप आपको एक suitable answer दे देगा. Whether you want to pick it up or not, that is your discretion, but it will start suggesting. That's AI. Then and their suggestions are relevant to the context and your style. बेसिकली आपका जो लिखने का तरीका है और जो कॉन्टेक्स्ट है उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए वो आपको सजेशंस देता है. Then phrases can be written in simple can be written with a simple swipe across the screen. आप सीधा swipe कर दो वो आ जाएगा. Then search and recommendation algorithms, Myntra, Amazon, Swiggy, Zomato, ये सब आपकी preferences को save करते हैं और उसके हिसाब से they start giving you suggestions. That's AI. Same is for YouTube, Spotify, Gaana, Wink, etc. तो हमारी लाइफ में ऑलरेडी आ गया है whether we know about it or not. Then chatbots and digital assistants, I just told you. FAQs answer करना, taking and tracking orders, directing calls, writing blog posts, generating debug complex code, weaving vivid stories, giving recipes, ये सब AI. Then it can even answer. ऐसा नहीं है कि अब जो ये chatbots बन रहे हैं ये ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ yes और no का ही आंसर देंगे, ये आपको कॉम्प्लेक्स आंसर्स भी दे सकते हैं. चैट जीपीटी एवरीबडी नोज टुडे कि आप एक क्वेश्चन लिखते हो उसका एक 100-150 वर्ड्स का एक ठीक ठाक सा आंसर वो आपको दे देता है. सो इट इज नॉट नेसेसरली कि वो yes और no वाले एआई के लेवल पर हम हैं, हमें एक्चुअली बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स आंसर्स भी चैट जीपीटी आराम से दे देता है. So ChatGPT powered by OpenAI's large language model GPT-4, Microsoft Bing, Google Duplex, which is you can use all these softwares for booking a table at a restaurant or seat at a theater or a salon. Google Duplex is basically used in US. Now smart homes, sorry. Alexa, Bixby, thermostat devices switching on and off of the lights based on human presence. I have seen that particularly in some 5-star hotels. When you move from your room to the restroom area, वो अपने आप light जल जाती है, and when you move away, the light just goes off. So that human presence के हिसाब से lights on and off होना, that's also AI. Then smart speakers, apps that change the color of the light based on the time of the day. This is all AI. सोशल मीडिया ही एआई का इस्तेमाल करता है. फेसबुक एंड ऑल दीज प्लेटफॉर्म्स, ट्विटर, फेसबुक, जितने भी बड़े बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, दे हैव आल्सो स्टार्टेड यूजिंग एआई फॉर मॉनिटरिंग कंटेंट, मेकिंग सजेशंस, giving advertisements to targeted users, taking down problematic posts that violate terms and conditions through keyword identification, visual image recognition. ये सब सोशल मीडिया भी बहुत एक्सटेंसिवली यूज करता है एआई को. And e-payments जो आप करते हैं to make deposits, transfer money, opening accounts for security, identity management, privacy controls, detection of potential fraud, by observing users' credit card spending patterns, ये सब भी आपका AI ही पे based है. तो मैं ये कहने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ कि भले ही आपको AI पता हो या ना हो, आप उसकी डेप्थ में कभी गए हो या नहीं हो, लेकिन AI has started touching our everyday life. और इसी के साथ मेरा नेक्स्ट टॉपिक आता है रिस्क एसोसिएटेड विद एआई. नाउ कैन आई आस्क रिचा मैम और एनी अदर फैकल्टी, हाउ मच टाइम डू आई हैव? Can somebody please tell me how much time do I have? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, I am audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're very much audible, ma'am.
All right, just wanted to know how much time do I have?
Ma'am, you can take 10 minutes. I think it's fine if it is exceeded by 5-10 minutes.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So now we have seen some basics of AI, and we have also seen how AI is actually impacting our daily life. Now I come to the third segment of my presentation, which is risks associated with AI, जहाँ से actually lawyers का काम शुरू होता है. Because if you see the relationship between law and technology अक्सर आगे भागती रहती है and law comes much later. But ultimately technology को बांध के रखना भी जरूरी है, otherwise it can go just haywire and create havoc in the society. So that is, और उसके लिए lawyers are required, and of course not only lawyers, other people are also required, but then law also plays a very important role in regulating it, because the risks are very many and very serious towards the society. For this, I am now particularly talking about generative AI. जो आपके ये chat GPT वगैरह, ये मैं particularly इस पे focus कर रही हूँ. So there's a report by NASSCOM, which is generative AI guidelines. It came in June 2023 only, and I want to focus on that, which basically provides what are the harms or risks that are associated with AI. If you can see these points, first is proliferation of misinformation, disinformation, and hateful content. It is, देखिए, chat GPT या कोई भी generative AI है, जैसा कंटेंट आप उसमें डालोगे वो वैसे ही आंसर्स बना करके आपको देगा. So it is very, very important that what kind of content is being put. So there's it is very risky right now, particularly if it remains in an unregulated manner. Misinformation, disinformation, hateful content can be massive amount of all these problems can happen in the society. Then infringement of IP. I'm sure many speakers must have dealt with it, because our course is primarily on AI and IP. So this is one area which is very, very serious, and which as lawyers we must address. It is about copyrighted works of art, patented designs and inventions, trademarks, trade secrets. All these get affected. So there can be serious violations. Then next is academic malpractice also, plagiarism and research. That is also very much possible now because of generative AI. And even if you don't want to, plagiarize, if you use these softwares, they themselves do not tell you from where they have taken the content, what is the reference. So if they are not telling you what is the reference, then you are yourself using a plagiarized content. So you also become party to it. Then privacy harms through violations of data protection norms and standards. And so privacy can also, get majorly impacted due to AI. Because AI just fetches data from anywhere and everywhere. So, it can have a serious impact on the privacy of people. Then a propagation of harmful social, economic, and political biases. This I told you that, you can disconnect it with the point one, that, see, technology is neutral. I had told you at the beginning also. What kind of content you put, which is, this is technical terms में बोलते हैं, training the system with data. So what kind of data you're putting? If you're putting a biased, if you're putting a agenda, some specific manipulative data, if you put, the result will be like that. If you put a good content, the result will accordingly be like that. So technology है, आप जैसा content डालोगे वैसा ही outcome निकल कर आएगा. आप biased data डालोगे, biased outcome आएगा. So it can have a major impact on society, and it is already happening. So ये एक problem है, बहुत बड़ी वाली problem है. Then large-scale job displacements and loss of livelihood and economic strain for a considerable portion of the existing industrial workforce. So job loss is a major concern, and because इसमें I have divided opinion, but yes, it will certainly, जिस तरीके से AI is growing into our lives, we just saw it in the previous slides. It is certainly going to have impact on the jobs. जो एटलीस्ट जो बेसिक लेवल की जॉब्स हैं उस पे, तो क्योंकि वो कंप्यूटर 10 लोगों का काम वो एक सॉफ्टवेयर कर देगा, तो फिर वो लोगों की जरूरत नहीं होगी. आप एक या दो लोग रख करके और एआई सॉफ्टवेयर के थ्रू ही आप काम करवा सकते हो. सो यस, इट इज सर्टेनली गोइंग टू हैव इम्पैक्ट ऑन द जॉब्स फॉर श्योर. Then huge carbon and water footprints associated and associated environmental degradation and surge in malicious cyber attacks. ये कुछ मेजर रिस्क्स हैं जो जनरेटिव एआई के साथ एसोसिएटेड है. मैं आपको अभी भी स्पेसिफाई कर रही हूँ कि यहाँ पर इस स्लाइड पे मैं एआई इन जनरल की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ. आई एम टॉकिंग स्पेसिफिकली अबाउट जनरेटिव एआई. वी हैड सीन दैट इन कोर कॉन्सेप्ट्स दैट एआई बहुत तरीके का हो सकता है, और यहाँ पर हम सिर्फ जनरेटिव एआई की बात कर रहे हैं। वही सबसे ज्यादा एक्चुअली आज के टाइम में सबसे ज्यादा रिस्क भी उसी के साथ है। जब तक सिंपल वाले सॉफ्टवेयर्स थे तब तक ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी। प्रॉब्लम स्टार्टेड ओनली व्हेन द द टेक्नोलॉजी स्टार्टेड इंक्रीजिंग, और हम गोफाई से न्यूरल नेटवर्क्स की तरफ चले गए कि हमने माइंड को कॉपी करना शुरू किया, और थोड़े से मोर सीरियस एंड मोर घातक टाइप के हमने सॉफ्टवेयर बनाने शुरू किए। प्रॉब्लम्स, सीरियस प्रॉब्लम्स तभी आई हैं। अदरवाइज तो वी वर हैप्पी विद द आउटकम कि अच्छा 10 लोगों का काम कंप्यूटर 1 घंटे में कर देता है, और इट इज फ्लॉलेस, उसमें कुछ ज्यादा कैलकुलेशंस हमें दोबारा रीचेक करने की जरूरत नहीं है। सो वी वर वेरी हैप्पी टिल देन। अब लेकिन इट इज गोइंग इन अ डिफरेंट वे। लाइक अभी हम इसी की बात करते हैं, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन, फेक इन्फॉर्मेशन। अगर इसकी बात करें तो अभी तक हम बहुत खुश थे चैट जीपीटी के साथ, लेकिन इफ आई कम स्ट्रेट अवे टू पॉइंट 2, इट इज परहैप्स unsurprising, still unfortunate that fraudsters, misinformation, disinformation and malinformation, if you know what I'm talking about, spreaders of such information are also looking for it. ऑलरेडी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन और ये फेक न्यूज वगैरह ऑलरेडी सोसाइटी में बहुत बड़े लेवल पर है, और एआई के थ्रू वो और भी बड़े लेवल पर चला जाता है, क्योंकि इसके थ्रू दे कैन बेसिकली यूज इट एज अ टूल। एंड लाइक आई टोल्ड यू कि एक बायस तरीके का डेटा, एक रॉन्ग इन्फॉर्मेशन अगर एआई सॉफ्टवेयर में के बेसिक कंटेंट में अगर जाता है, तो फिर सोल्यूशन बेसिकली जो एआई से आउटपुट निकलेगा वो भी बायस्ड ही होगा, वो भी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन, डिसइन्फॉर्मेशन या मैल इन्फॉर्मेशन बेस्ड ही होगा। सो ये एक मेजर प्रॉब्लम है। और इससे होगा क्या, इससे बेसिकली इट कैन लीड टू इंडस्ट्रियलाइजिंग द ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन ऑफ स्पीयर फिशिंग अटैक्स। स्पीयर फिशिंग अटैक्स क्या होते हैं, जिसमें आप मेल्स भेजते हो, ठीक है, और लोग उसको ओपन करते हैं बिलीविंग कि ये ट्रस्टेड सोर्सेज से है, जबकि वो फ्रॉडुलेंट मेल्स होती हैं, और उसके थ्रू यू कैन स्टार्ट इंसर्टिंग, अगर मैं I am somebody from destructive mindset से अगर मैं कर रही हूँ, so I can actually spread malware, or I can use it for extortion or fraudulent transfer of funds। वो सब चीजें, मतलब जो साइबर इश्यूज थे ना, जो साइबर रिस्क थे, वो और ज्यादा बढ़ गए हैं एआई के आने से। इलेक्शंस में बहुत मेजर इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है, क्योंकि इलेक्शन एक बहुत सेंसिटिव टाइम होता है, और थोड़ी सी भी खबर अगर गलत आती है तो उससे कभी कभी इलेक्शंस गेट टोटली स्वेड। तो एआई के आने से the environment becomes very very highly sensitive, which is already a sensitive environment। elections का टाइम ऑलरेडी सेंसिटिव होता है, और ऐसे में एआई के थ्रू जब आप रॉन्ग इन्फॉर्मेशन, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन फ्लोट करते हैं, तो वो इलेक्शंस के आउटकम पर बहुत जबरदस्त असर हो सकता है। ये आई लाइक टू फोकस ऑन दीज आर सर्टेन स्ट्रैटेजीज। आई डोंट नो कितने लोग अभी तक इसको बहुत ध्यान से अगर आप समझे, मैं ऊपर ऊपर से आपको बताने की कोशिश करती हूँ। ये कुछ स्ट्रैटेजीज हैं जो जॉर्ज टाउन यूनिवर्सिटी के सेंटर फॉर सिक्योरिटी एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, सीसेट, ने कुछ स्ट्रैटेजीज बताई हैं जिससे हम फेक न्यूज और इन सब चीजों को थोड़ा सा कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। So they've just told, obviously जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उन्हीं के ऊपर है कि वो अपने अपने लेवल पर स्टेप्स लें, तो कुछ ये जो माहौल है इसको थोड़ा सा टोन डाउन किया जा सकता है। से फॉर एग्जांपल, एआई डेवलपर्स बिल्ड मॉडल्स दैट आर मोर फैक्ट सेंसिटिव। अगर मैं एक डेवलपर हूं तो मैं खुद ही ऐसा मॉडल बनाऊं जिसमें फैक्ट चेकिंग मैकेनिज्म हो, जिसमें रॉन्ग इन्फॉर्मेशन के ऊपर कुछ फिल्टर लग जाए, कुछ फ्लैगिंग हो जाए, जिससे कि मैं गलत इन्फॉर्मेशन को, फॉल्स इन्फॉर्मेशन को हटा सकूं। ऐसे मुझे सॉफ्टवेयर क्रिएट करने चाहिए, नहीं कि बस कोई भी कुछ भी डाल दे एंड द एआई सॉफ्टवेयर जस्ट कीप्स, देयर हैज टू बी सम gate somewhere कि जहाँ से wrong information can be filtered out and only the right information remains. Then developers need to spread radioactive data to make generative models detectable. Governments impose restrictions on data collection. सिंपल कहने में बहुत सिंपल पॉइंट्स हैं, लेकिन ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़े बड़े पॉइंट्स हैं और इसमें बहुत ज्यादा मेहनत की जरूरत है। Governments impose access controls on AI hardware. Then model access. AI providers impose stricter usage restrictions on language models. AI providers develop new norms around model release. कोई नया मॉडल, जैसे चैट जीपीटी 3 आया, फिर 4 आया, तो जब आप कोई नया मॉडल रिलीज कर रहे हैं तो उसके अराउंड कुछ नए नॉर्म्स होने चाहिए जो प्रॉपरली चेक किए जाए, उसके बाद ही नया मॉडल आए। तो एक रिस्की सॉफ्टवेयर को आप मार्केट में उतारो, उससे पहले व्हाई नॉट वी हैव सर्टेन नॉर्म्स, और उसके हिसाब से मैं अपने सिस्टम को पहले फिट करूं, सॉफ्टवेयर को फिट करूं, और जब वो फिट हो जाए, जब उसमें रिस्क कम रहे, तभी मैं उसको मार्केट में लॉन्च करूं। So AI providers close security vulnerabilities. इस समय जो आप देखते हो these softwares are very very highly vulnerable. तो उसको क्लोज कौन करेगा? आपका काम सिर्फ सॉफ्टवेयर बनाना नहीं है, आपका काम ये भी देखना है कि उससे सोसाइटी में हैवक ना क्रिएट हो. तो इट्स अबाउट बिकमिंग मोर रिस्पॉन्सिबल. देन कंटेंट डिसेमिनेशन के एस्पेक्ट में देखें तो प्लेटफॉर्म्स एंड एआई प्रोवाइडर्स कोऑर्डिनेट टू आइडेंटिफाई एआई कंटेंट. They need to coordinate and identify. Then platforms require proof of personhood to post. जैसे आपने देखा है ना that you are not a robot, उस पर आप टिक करते हो, उसी तरीके से यहाँ पर बात करें that actually it is human being and not a robot. जैसे हम लिख देते हैं 2+5 क्या होता है, या वो जो कैप्चा में होता है कि जहाँ जहाँ पे कार्स हैं आप उसको टिक करो बॉक्सेस में से. So all that kind of steps are required. So these are certain steps. There are a lot. There's a lot that needs to be done. अगर हम सच में चाहते हैं as a society, so I'll not be, there's some more content that is there, but I think there'll be too much for the participants to follow. If any of you are interested, you can contact me separately, because this is my area. I'm going to work extensively on this. And if any of you also have share AI as an area of interest in AI and IP, so you can always get in touch with me. You can contact me through Twitter, through LinkedIn also, and otherwise also Richa ma'am, through her also you can just connect with me. I am always open for collaborations and writing on these newer areas of law. So points तो बहुत सारे हैं, बहुत कुछ करने की जरूरत है. अगर मैं simple words में इसको sum up करूं तो बात ये है कि AI और ये इससे रिलेटेड जो पूरे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उन्हीं को अपने अपने रोल प्ले करना है, तभी एक सेफ एनवायरनमेंट बन सकता है. अदरवाइज हर जगह पर जहां जिसने गलती करी ओवरऑल एक मेसी बनेगा. इट विल ओनली बिकम मोर एंड मोर मेसी एंड इट विल हैव devastating impact on society. और इसीलिए आपने पढ़ा होगा न्यूज़पेपर्स में कि कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जो ये कह रहे हैं कि ये इतनी जबरदस्त टेक्नोलॉजी है कि अगर ये रॉन्ग वे में जाती है जिसके चांसेस बहुत ज्यादा हाई हैं, so it can actually create havoc. That's why so many people जिन्होंने create किया था, Sam Altman and so many more people, they are writing open letters that let us push the pause button. Probably एकदम wildly just creating software after software based on AI will not really do much good to the society. It might help the developers and people who are involved in between to make a lot of money, but society के ऊपर overall बहुत ही खराब impact इससे पड़ सकता है. Positives बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, we just saw, but positives के साथ साथ अगर इतने ज़्यादा negatives भी हैं, तो फिर we need to think where are we going? Can we just endlessly, aimlessly keep developing software after software without really bothering about the ethical impact that these softwares are having on the society? This is the point on which I would actually like to leave. I had actually also referred to an article, Harvard Business Review's article. It was a very nice article, जिसमें ये IP के ऊपर basically touch किया था. I'll not read it right now for you, but you can yourself refer to it. Harvard Business Review का ये article है, और ये generative AI और उससे होने वाले impact, copyright infringement, आपने शायद I'm sure many speakers must have dealt with it. The risks that are associated. I'll just flag the risk here. IP and AI को जब हम relationship इसकी explore करते हैं, so copyright infringement is a big risk. Then ownership of AI generated works के owner कौन होगा उसका? And unlicensed content and training data, the information that is fed into these systems, into these softwares, आप बिना license के कितना gigabytes and terabytes and whatever tons of data that you feed into it without really taking license. So ये सारे बड़े major issues हैं जो AI developers and the people who are funding these softwares need to know, need to address. ओवर zealous होकर के नए से नए सॉफ्टवेयर बनाने का टाइम नहीं है. आई थिंक इट इज हाई टाइम कि हम थोड़ा से कम स्टेप्स लें, थोड़े से लेस एंथुजियास्टिक रहें, लेकिन एथिकल वे में चलें. So these are certain cases, Anderson versus Stability, and जिसमें basically 3 artists थे. So I'll not be going much into it. Basically इन्होंने AI platforms को sue किया था कि आपने हमसे बिना permission के how exactly you are using our softwares. So अभी it is before the court and the court has to decide. Then there is another Getty. आपने अक्सर images में जब हम जाते हैं कोई image Google पे लेते हैं तो अक्सर Getty images आती हैं. देखिए यहाँ पर एक और issue आता है trademark का. So AI softwares ये Getty की बहुत सारी images ले लेते हैं और उसको use कर रहे हैं और उसमें Getty का trademark भी आता है जो watermark आता है और वो भी as it is चला जाता है. तो ट्रेडमार्क ऑल्सो का इशू भी एआई के साथ आता है. इट इज नॉट जस्ट कॉपीराइट. जो अक्सर लोग कॉपीराइट की ही बात करते हैं बट एक्चुअली ट्रेडमार्क ऑल्सो गेट्स इम्पैक्टेड बाय दैट. तो ये सारे इश्यूज हैं एंड आई एम इन नो वे इन अ पोजीशन टू गिव आंसर्स. इट इज बिफोर द यूएस सुप्रीम कोर्ट एंड सच institutions. So let's wait and watch. The space is very exciting. Let me tell you, law and technology right now, the space is very, very exciting, and it is important that people like us, we take keen interest in it and we read and we follow the developments that are happening in India and outside. So जैसे यहाँ पर एक if anybody has pen and paper, they can basically explore this transformative use of copyrighted material. एक तो fair use of doctrine होता है जिसके basis पर courts decide करती हैं कि हाँ भाई अगर software ने कहीं से image ली है तो अगर वो fair use में आ रहा है तो it's fine. बट एक और आता है इसी के साथ एस्पेक्ट ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव यूज ऑफ कॉपीराइटेड मटेरियल इन अ मैनर फॉर व्हिच इट वाज नॉट इंटेंडेड. तो अगर आपने कुछ ऐसा किया है कि जो मैंने जो इमेज बनाई थी वो एक अलग पर्पस के लिए थी. आपने मेरी इमेज, आप एक एआई सॉफ्टवेयर हो, व्हेन यू पिक्ड अप माय इमेज यू क्रिएटेड समथिंग एल्स आउट ऑफ इट. तो क्या आपने मेरी परमिशन ली? सो यू जस्ट क्रिएटेड समथिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव जिसका मेरी ओरिजिनल जब मैंने क्रिएट किया था उससे कोई रिलेशन नहीं था. तो ऐसे में आई यू नॉट लायबल टू गिव मी माई कॉम्पनसेशन. ये सारे इश्यूज हैं. सो बहुत सारे रिस्क इसके साथ इन्वॉल्व है और जैसा मैंने आपको बोला एआई डेवलपर्स इनको भी बहुत आगे बढ़कर काम करने की जरूरत है. लाइसेंसिंग, कॉम्पनसेटिंग पीपल, ऑल दीज थिंग्स आर रिक्वायर्ड. Customers of AI also need to play their role. Individual content creators and brands that create content, they also need to take steps. And businesses जो इसमें पैसा डालते हैं, जो इस तरह के सॉफ्टवेयर क्रिएट करते हैं, they also need to take lot of steps. Law already हमारे पास काफी laws हैं. The point is हमें उन laws को use करना होगा. तो तभी हम कुछ एथिकल वे में कर पाएंगे. अदरवाइज तो सर्टेनली अगर ये सब नहीं कर सकते हैं देन आई एम ऑल्सो गोइंग टू जॉइन सैम ऑल्टमैन एंड से दैट प्लीज लेट्स हिट द पॉज बटन. अगर हम ये सब एथिकल वे में नहीं कर सकते हैं तो कोई मतलब नहीं है इस तरीके से एंडलेसली एआई बेस्ड सॉफ्टवेयर्स वन आफ्टर द अदर क्रिएट करते जाओ एंड क्रिएटिंग हैवक इन द सोसाइटी. सो इट्स दिस इज माय सबमिशन टू यू. So this is just thank you slide, and I'm very, very thankful to Amity Law School for giving me the opportunity, and I totally enjoyed speaking on an area which is basically I am currently in love with how law and technology is emerging. So thank you very much Amity Law School for giving me the opportunity. Over to you, Richa ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful session. Talking about the AI, for the first time, I think none of the speakers till time has talked about AI in specific. They have also only talked about the different areas wherein AI is, functioning. But giving an understanding of AI itself has made this session different and interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much for giving out your time. I think now we are open to questions and answers. So, Parnika ma'am.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. It was a wonderful session, ma'am. So there is one of the questions from our attendees, Shrishti. She has written that as ChatGPT is one of the AI that is growing with time and is one of the intelligent agents, but it still lacks the authentication to the source it retrieves information from and cannot be completely relied on. So at the end, we have to reconfirm the information we got from ChatGPT. Then why is it growing to an extent that where at the end we humans have to cross-check, and a lot of its versions still do not understand the language of humans. Like if I want a research paper, it gives chapterization but not detailed explanation. So she wants to actually ask that where are we lacking in creating this machine learning, deep learning, and is it the human fear that yet at present is there lack in these AI tools?
See, my take on this is that we have been overzealous in creating all these machine learning platforms like ChatGPT 4 and all. And like it always happens that whenever some new technology shows some promise, we are always, as a society collectively, we are overzealous in creating these softwares without really bothering about the ethical implications of it. So that is why you see सबको output से मतलब है कि what is the chat GPT going to give, how it is going to give, क्या चैट जीपीटी ने परमिशन ली है, कंटेंट कहाँ से लिया है, क्या कॉपीराइट ओनर से कोई लाइसेंस लिया है, कोई परमिशन ली है, नहीं, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. तो बस इट जस्ट वॉट एवर डेटा इज पुट इन टू ओपन एआई के डेटाबेस में जो है बस वहां से वो उठा करके somehow वो एक लॉजिकल फैशन में, बिकॉज आई टोल्ड यू अबाउट डीप लर्निंग एंड ऑल, सो उस तरीके से आंसर बना करके चैट जीपीटी दे देता है. सो बट नोबडी इज अभी के टाइम में यू सी आप धीरे धीरे करके वॉइसेस हैव स्टार्टेड रेजिंग दैट यू नीड टू पुट सम ब्रेक्स एंड यू नीड टू थिंक कि हो क्या रहा है. एंड जहां पे भी लीगल जहां पे भी रिस्क्स आर इन्वॉल्व, आई फ्लैग सो मेनी रिस्क्स दैट आर देयर. सो सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को अपने अपने लेवल पर जहां पे भी लीगल रिस्क्स हैं उनको कैप करने की जरूरत है. जब तक वो नहीं होगा तब तक तो इसी तरीके से चलेगा. इट इज जस्ट मतलब ऐसे ही बस उठाया और एक आंसर बना करके दे दिया, इतना ही मशीन कर पाई है. लेकिन एथिक्स वगैरह आई एम नॉट श्योर चैट जीपीटी 4 एथिक्स को कितना फॉलो कर रहा है. सो वी नीड टू वर्क ऑन दैट एंड दैट इज वेयर द रोल ऑफ लॉयर्स कम इन. हमें ही बताना होगा. सो यू मस्ट बी नोइंग दैट यूरोप हैज ऑलरेडी कम अप विद अ रेगुलेशन ऑन एआई. सो वो रिस्क बेस्ड है, ग्रेडिंग करी हुई है कि जो सॉफ्टवेयर जितना ज्यादा रिस्क होगा उतना आप उसको बड़ी पेनल्टी, उस पर हैवी पेनल्टी लगेगी. जिस सॉफ्टवेयर का रिस्क कम होगा उसको पेनल्टी कम लगेगी. सो प्रॉब्ली इट इज हाई टाइम दैट वी रीड फ्रॉम सच legislations and also there are many more authorities. आज के टाइम में बहुत लोग हैं जो ethics के ऊपर बात कर रहे हैं. So we must read it and India में भी अभी digital India Act आने वाला है. उसमें भी the Minister of METI minister, basically Minister of Electronics and Information Technology, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, has also said that the Digital India Act is also going to touch on the AI from user harms perspective. तो जरूरत है कि हम रिस्क के बारे में सोचें और हम रेगुलेशंस के बारे में सोचें. तो अभी तो बस ऐसे ही इट्स जस्ट गोइंग ऑन जस्ट लाइक दैट. नाउ इट विल चेंज विद टाइम, विद रेगुलेशंस. It is going to become more restrictive.
Thank you, ma'am. There is one more question from Rishikesh. Who is to sue? Who should be sued if Chat GPT or AI infringe copyrights of a owner?
Certainly the developers have to be sued. और US में, और अब आप follow करिए ऋषिकेश, there are so many cases that are filed in US courts including Supreme Court. मैं last वाला part अपना cover नहीं कर पाई थी. There are a lot of cases that are going on जहाँ पर ये बड़ी बड़ी जितनी AI software को fund करने वाली companies हैं इनको sue किया जा रहा है. So we have to see कि what US Supreme Court and other courts say, because you cannot just do it irresponsibly. ऐसे ही किसी का भी content उठा करके आप create कर दो and you cannot work like this. Copyright का issue आपको देखना होगा, licensing का issue आपको देखना होगा. Did you compensate the people जिनका data आप उठा रहे हो, क्या आपने उनको compensate किया? ये सारे issues देखने होंगे. So yes, I think the promoters जो भी ये develop कर रहे हैं इन सबको sue करने की पूरा right बनता है जिनका भी copyright violate हो रहा है.
Ma'am, Riya Bali is asking that should we not have our laws in place first, hence pausing the enhancement of AI is the need of the hour currently.
Yeah, I just told you laws are certainly required. और होता क्या है कि law and technology की जो relationship है ना वो इस तरीके की है कि technology enthusiasts are always rushing ahead. उन्हें नया से नया create करने में मजा आता है और वो वही करते हैं. Laws हमेशा पीछे, they catch up, but when they catch up pretty well. Particularly, I mean, depending upon the society. जैसे यूरोप वगैरह में GDPR वगैरह के थ्रू they're trying to hold the ropes tightly कि आप ऐसे ही नहीं सोसाइटी में हैवक क्रिएट करते रह सकते हो, आपको लॉ को फॉलो करना होगा. इफ यू वांट टू ऑपरेट इन यूरोप यू गॉट टू बेटर फॉलो द लॉ, अदरवाइज डोंट ऑपरेट. तो हमें भी स्ट्रिक्टनेस की जरूरत है कि लॉज लेकर आए और उसको स्ट्रिक्टली इम्प्लीमेंट करें. दैट इज रिक्वायर्ड इन एवरी सोसाइटी इंक्लूडिंग इंडिया.
Thank you, ma'am. I think there are no more questions from the participants. So we may close the session.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, Richa ma'am, Parnika ma'am, and entire Amity Law School. I really enjoyed working on this presentation, and it gave me a lot of learning opportunity. I'm going to write extensively on this area now because I really had to read. See, this is an area which is evolving. Nobody can really claim to be an expert in this area because it's already an evolving area, and we ourselves do not know much about it. But due to this opportunity, I had to read deeply into the technical aspects of it. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mary ma'am. It had been a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, ma'am. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Parnika ma'am, I think our next guest has already joined the session.
Yes, ma'am. So I would like to welcome our next speaker to the session, Mr. Atul Kareem. He is DPhil in law. He's a researcher in IP, Faculty of Law, University of Oxford, UK. I would like to introduce our next speaker to you all. Muhammad Atul Kareem is an accomplished legal scholar specializing in intellectual property law. He is currently pursuing the DPhil in law at the University of Oxford. He brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the table. As a tutor at the Munich Intellectual Property Law Center and a consultant at academic institutions and WIPO Academy, he has actively contributed to the intellectual property field. Notably, Mr. Kareem conducted significant research on SEP protected connectivity standards and FRAND royalty as an IPR researcher at Ericsson. His research papers published in esteemed journals demonstrate his scholarly acumen. Additionally, he was honored with the UGC Grants Commission Gold Medal awarded by the President of Bangladesh for his outstanding research contributions in law. I would like to welcome you, sir, for your insightful session today. And we would like to welcome you to our value added course.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your generous and kind introduction. I'm really pleased to be here with you in this particular session. I would like to thank Amity Law School and also my good friend Alaknanda for the kind invitation. Things are rather busy here, but I couldn't say no to her, and also no to the particularly the community actually where I belong. So thank you once again. Let me just maybe share my screen.
So your screen is visible now.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You may turn on the slideshow. Yes, sir. It's done now.
All right. So I believe that the participants of these sessions are mostly students, right? If I am not wrong, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So what I am going to do in this particular session is that I am just sharing one of my area of interest of research, which has been still evolving, I would say. This is a part of the projects that I have been done in while I was in Munich in Max Planck Institute, and also I am just also right now I am just finalizing the things, and still it is a work in progress. So let's just start with the background before I start going to the discussion. So what happened in 2020, around in 2020, when we have these COVID-19 situations, and there was a project which is called Blue Dot Project that actually analyzed data from the multiple jurisdiction to discover the patterns and trends between the COVID-19 outbreaks and also travel history. So for that, they need data. So as we have also, like in the previous session, I assume that we had a great discussions on the AI and trustworthiness and ethical issues also relating to the data. I think that is also important. So what is important from here, takeaway from here, is that there is a situation where we need access to the data and sharing of the data to have better understanding what is actually going on, or to have a better research output. And the second was that after COVID, the researchers, scientific researchers, have developed one kind of dark repository, which is the name as COVID-19 drug repository, where they mine the data, enormous amount of scientific data from the journal published before, to understand how actually, what kind of treatment or what kind of medicine or what kind of therapeutic may be relevant for the treatment of the COVID-19. So in these aspects also, we see that there is a need for access to data, and also there is a need for understanding the data and analyzing the data. And this is an example from our own area. It's from Jawaharlal Nehru University. And I think that in Indian jurisprudence, there have been a discussion about this one, that whether this GNU data depot is a violation of the copyright law, or whether it is not a violation of the copyright law. So what happened in 2019, Professor Karl Malamud is an American technologist who actually teamed up with a group of researchers from India, and they have collected the data and which actually contained from 73 million journals article, and it's a huge amount of data, and they made it a kind of a database from where we can do the text and data mining. So now these three examples actually just a kind of a case study to show that how the data, access to the data and sharing of the data is important in terms of the research in the digital age, and also from the big data analysis. And from that perspective, it may happens within the broader, within the national territory, and it may also take place beyond the national territory. So what's the problem here? The problem is that often these data and those materials, actually, I would say the journals articles may be protected by the copyright law. So for example, one study shows that currently 28% journals are open access and rest are not. Mainly that large amount of journals are actually subscription based, and they are under the paywall. So this is maybe one of the problems that we have. And then how could we have the access to those data, and how could we have the research collaboration? Why we need the research collaboration? Because the validation and rectification of the research result is important. And this is one of the crises of the science, and also one of the good principles of the science, that we need to validate and rectify the research result. And this can be done with the research collaboration. So how text and data mining may be related from the perspective of the copyright law? So in the text and data mining, what happens is that we need to access to the text or data which we will mine. So for that, from the copyright law perspective, it must be from the lawful access. And the second is that all the materials that we have access now cannot be readily done by the TDM or text and data mining. We need to make it TDM friendly format, meaning that where software can understand it and where software can run through it and then come to a kind of a conclusions. So now for that, we need to copying those materials into TDM friendly format. And then that means we have two kind of rights here important from the copyright perspective. One is the copyright copying, another is the reproduction right. So this is the another two steps. And then when we have the things ready, then we put it into the software and the machine learning system. And then software and the machine learning system, through that we mine the data, or we mine the text. And then we have some outcomes. What is the outcomes? Outcomes are normally determined by the program that we set. For example, if we say, for example, that in these 73 million journals, how the COVID term has been replicated, what is the relationship and how it is replicated. If we set this kind of previous programs, what happened is that software tells us that this is the result. So this is the outcome of the TDM. So what happens arguably that the lawful access step and copying step and reproduction step, in this all step, copyright may be infringed. And the last step, in the outcome step, majority opinion is that copyright might not be infringed here, because that you just show the result, you do not show the original expression of the copyrighted work. So therefore, there is no infringement of the copyright in the last stage. But in the first stage, there might be potential infringement of the copyright. Now, from that perspective, now let's come to the data sharing. I have already explained why it is important. So we need to share the data set and data materials. For example, one researcher located in UK, another group of researchers might be located in India and in Bangladesh, in different parts of the world. So in the digital world, we need more research collaboration, and perhaps for the scientific principle reasons also we need this kind of collaboration. And research result and the rectification of the scientific finding, we also need research collaboration. And also I understand that at the context, we see how the in terms of the COVID-19, we see that there is a mantra. The mantra says, nobody is safe until everyone is safe. So what happens is that if we need a kind of a researching from the global perspective, from the cross-border perspective, from the collaborative perspective, to understand better what could be done. So on that note, let's just move on to the copyright perspective. In the copyright perspective, first of all, we understand the raw materials, data as a raw materials is not protected by the copyright, but materials as such, that the journal article, they are protected by the copyright. So we need to extract from them. So in this way, copyright may be relevant. Now, the question is whether we have enough exceptions in the copyright law that allow us to do the text and data mining. So from that perspective, we have principally two kinds of exceptions. One exception is fair dealing and fair use. We see that in UK, in USA, this is a fair use. In India, we see the fair dealing. But also, because of the uncertainty, we have seen that some country already introduced specific exceptions for the text and data mining. For example, European Union, for example, UK, for example, Japan, for example, latest edition in Singapore. So what's the conclusion? The conclusion is that in approaching the text and data mining, when we examine copyright exceptions, we have two different kinds of exceptions, but all are not in the similar way reflected. Now, on the question of fair use, that I don't have, I mean, this is an area I would say maybe one lecture is not enough on this fair use. So just briefly to say, the status of text and data mining, whether they are legal, whether they're infringing the copyright, or whether they are fair use, has not been determined. So in the US context, there are a lot of cases dealing with the fair use, but two famous cases, one is the Google Books, like related to the Google Books case, where the Supreme Court acknowledged that that TDM is a new method of computational and statistical research, but it did not determine whether TDM is a fair use or not. So on that context, I would say the status of text and data mining under the fair use has not been conclusively determined yet. On the fair dealing perspective, we have I followed some of the literature in India that in the both side of the arguments are that GNU data depot is a fair dealing under the Indian copyright law, but there is also arguments that no, this is not a fair dealing under the copyright law. It would be a violations of the copyright law. Mostly, there are different types of argument, mostly because of the unlawful access to those data, because it is presumably that they have collected those copyrighted materials without the consent or without the license of the copyright owners. So therefore, there are two types of different types of arguments, and this is going to the different directions. So in the Indian copyright law, I think that we know that this is a kind of a three different elements we need to consider whether it is a fair dealing or not. So until now, since this has not been challenged before the court, it has not been judicially determined. So on the text and status of text data mining and the fair use, it's not yet determined, and also what would be the status of sharing the data between the researcher and the research collaboration, this has not been also determined. On the other hand, if we look into the specific exceptions of the copyright law that deals with text and data mining, we see that in the EU, Article 3 of the DSM directive specifically permits text and data mining, but with some kind of conditions. For example, what are the conditions is like, it must be the research and cultural heritage organization, they will be the beneficiary, and the materials has to be accessed from the lawful sources, means it has to be lawful access, and it has to be done for the scientific purpose, scientific research. And Article 3 actually covers the text and data mining for non-commercial purpose. And within that article, there is a provision that allows storing and retaining the data for the purpose of scientific research, including verifications and research result. So what is important here in this process of verification and the storing the materials, whether this allows sharing of the data from one researcher group to the another researcher group, it is not clear in these provisions, and this has not been explained either by any judicial decision. On the Article 4, that Article 4 is apparently broader. That means this allow text and data mining exceptions for commercial or non-commercial purpose, but it is limited in application, because for one particular reason is that right holder can impose conditions and contractual overriding, meaning that right holder can impose the conditions that under what condition you can do the text and data mining for the commercial purpose, and also can override these exceptions through the contract. And the interesting part of this article is that although this article tells us story like an exception, this is an exception for the copyright, but this looks like more formality than the exceptions, because when we create exceptions, we do not allow the right, generally, we do not allow the right holder to impose contractual overriding or impose conditions. We do not give the freedom to the right holder. Generally, we put the conditions of the exceptions in the legal text. That's it. But here we have a different kind of approach. This approach is more like a formality. The formality is that right holder can impose the conditions, under what conditions you can do the text and data mining for the commercial purpose, and also can impose restriction via contract. So this is a kind of a unique article, and perhaps the wider context has been compromised because of the lobby group from the industry. And we have seen the similar approach in UK recently, where they have the study where they say, from the study they say that they would be introducing new copyright, new text and data mining exceptions for any purpose. And one of the reasons behind that was that we need to allow more AI training, more machine learning training. So we need to have a broader exceptions for that. So text and data mining would be fitting that. But recently from the industry lobby, because of the industry lobby, they have, taken back from the position. Now they're saying, no, they're not going to introduce any new exceptions for the text and data mining. They're happy with the existing very limited exceptions for the text and data mining. So on the contrary, if we think about specific text and data mining exceptions, we see a Japanese law that specifically introduced the text and data mining exception. It is rather broad text and data mining exceptions that says that it permits exploitation and use of the work for the purpose of the TDM. And they have a doctrine which is the exploitation of the work for the non-enjoyment purpose. So the argument is that in the text and data mining, the copyrighted materials are being mined and read by the software, by the computer, by the machine, which do not actually enjoy the work. So this is a kind of an argument that says that because they do not enjoy the work, like machine do not enjoy the work or computer do not enjoy the work, there is no infringement of the copyright. So in that sense, they clarified it and they have a broader exceptions for the text and data mining. And some scholars argue that for this reason, it is a heaven for the text and data mining. Like the Japanese law is the heaven for the text and data mining. So we have seen that in the EU, we have very specific limited text and data mining exception. We have also similar limited and specific text and data mining exception in UK. But in Japan, we have very specific text and data mining exception, but not limited. But in terms of application and scope, it is a bit broader. And then from this examining the jurisdictional approach, now if we think about what about the international approach? So in international approach, we see that exceptions of Article 13 of the TRIPS agreement, but there is no dispute, for example, in the WTO dispute settlement that conclusively determine that whether the text and data mining would be allowed. But we have seen some research or scholarly article that actually argue that perhaps it would pass the 3-step test under the TRIPS agreement. So now, from that perspective, what I have tried to do until now is that I have tried to explain the background, explain the legal text as a kind of doctrinal approach, and to see that what is the legal status and the conditions of the text and data mining in the broader exceptions, like fair use, fair dealing, or in the broader exceptions, like in the Japanese law, or in a very specific limited exceptions in the EU law or in UK law. So, and then I came to the conclusion from the perspective of international law. Now, we can understand that this is not a clear path, clear-cut, no specific clear-cut conclusion we can make from that perspective. But at least we can conclude that there is uncertainty, there is there is an area that needs to be further clarified. Now, here most of the people might argue that international context, maybe it can be done through the specific exceptions in international treaty. So new exceptions can be included in the international treaty so that it can be done throughout the world. And we need this kind of exceptions because now it's a digital age, because it's a big data age, now because we need to train more and more AI, machine learning. So we need this. So this is one argument. But the problem with this international proposal is that perhaps because of the different kinds of interest and conflict of interest, it is really difficult to have any agreement on international level to have this kind of exception. But what happened is that can we have, what is the alternative? The alternative is that we have a very specific exceptions under the domestic law that may be permitted under the three-step test. So, for example, Singapore introduced very specific exceptions that deals with this text and data mining and also computational data analysis, and also how that can be shared from one researcher to another researcher for the verification and rectification. So this is a very specific one. So this kind of specific exceptions can be introduced. However, on the broader perspective, I wanted to argue that in copyright law, there is a limits. In normally intellectual property law, there is a limits. These limits primarily set by the intellectual property system, meaning this is set by the internal setting of the intellectual property law system, not from the outside. So how I can say from the limiting the intellectual property from the outside, for example, we see in some cases, competition law imply the limitation from the outside of the intellectual property law to limit the monopoly or abuse of exclusivity or excessive pricing. So this is a limitation imposed by the competition law from the outside, not by the IP itself. We see there is also, for example, in the context of the COVID, we see there was an argument that whether international human rights law that protects right to health would limit the patent law in this particular context. So if it is, then it would happen that it is a kind of an external limit imposed by the international human rights law to the intellectual property system. But my argument is that it is always better soul searching. It is always better to limit the territory by internal approach to the intellectual property law. So from that perspective, my argument is that there is an internal limit of the copyright law, and that would actually allow text and data mining, that would also allow data sharing for the research collaboration purpose for the text and data mining. So how can we explain that internal limits? For example, patents say that it only protects the novel invention. It has specific conditions, novelty, inventive state, usefulness, right? And it is for the purpose of technical progress, and it is limited to the particular innovations. And some of the innovations, even though they are inventions, they are not been protected by the patent. Because why? Because patent has set the internal limit by itself. On the copyright also, we see this is also the same case. For example, copyright only protect the expressive creative expression, the original creative expression. And copyright has its own limitation. For example, it does not protect idea. It has specific scope of protection. It does not protect data per se, or data as raw materials. It has a specific duration, right? And also to reduce the externality on the society, it has exceptions and limitations. So these, in my argument, these are some of the elements of the internal limits of the copyright law. So if we take these internal limits of the copyright law seriously, then we'll be able to see that we have a different scenario for the text and data minings and the sharing of the data or the research collaboration. So now, first argument might be important that we have three-step test. Why do we still have the internal limits? Yeah, this is a very valid argument and valid question. I would answer this a bit later on. But first of all, do we really need internal limits? I would argue, yes, we do. Because, for example, in the COVID-19 situation, we see there was a huge criticism of patent system because of the vaccine inequality and access to vaccine. So we had to intervene from the human rights perspective. We had to intervene from the other perspective, ethical perspective. But just think about if the patent system is self-sufficient through the internal limit to provide the access, probably this patent system would have been better and would have not been subject to such huge criticism in the global crisis, right? In the similar way, for example, in the access to data, we have seen some cases in the EU, for example, IMS Health case, McGill case, where the data, copyright has been limited. And by the application of the competition law, by saying that, yeah, now you have to share those data with your competitor because otherwise it is a kind of an abuse of exclusivity, and it is a kind of abuse of monopoly. So this is one approach, and one of the criticism of those cases from the perspective of the copyright law, Cornish, one of the leading expert on intellectual property law, who said the problem is that at the first place we protected some data under the copyright law which should not have been protected. So problem is created by the copyright law itself. And this problem is solved by the competition law. So it would have been better. It could have been solved by the copyright law itself, right? So this is one argument for my justification to have the internal limits. And then, for example, we always see that in the context of this global expansion of intellectual property, like we want to protect everything. Everything is IP, which is actually not. So this approach, we see that we want to cover everything. We have to provide more and more protections. So, for example, in functionality doctrine, this is one of the reasons that we develop this functionality doctrine to put internal limits. So we say by the functionality doctrine that what can be protected as a trademark, whether functional aspect can be protected as a trademark, or what can be protected as a copyright law, right? From the perspective of the functionality doctrine, and whether what can be protected as through the design law from the functionality doctrine, right? So we limit, and we try to limit the overlap. We try to limit the expansion of the intellectual property law in one hand, but there is another group of people who wants to argue for protections of everything under the intellectual property system. I think that this is a kind of not justified arguments. So that's why I believe that we need internal limits of intellectual property. So in particular, in the copyright system, what would be the benefits of the internal limits then, right? This is an argument that perhaps we need to answer. So let now come to my previous question, that we have three-step tests, but still do we need this internal limit? I argue yes. What is the benefit of it? Because the three-step test always goes like this, that you have a copyright and you have infringed the copyright. Now you need to examine whether that is excused under the three-step test exceptions. So this comes as an exceptions, right? So my argument is that if we develop internal limits of the copyright law, then what will happen is that probably we don't need exceptions in the first place, right? So we don't need the three-step test at all. So what is how it can be done? I argue that data sharing and the work that is done in the text and data mining, if we interpret it in a different way through the internal limits, then it may result in different things. For example, purposive interpretation. What is it? Not using the work as a work. So the argument is that here, copyrighted work has not been used for the text and data mining, or data has not been used for the text and data mining as work under the copyright. So this is a kind of a trademark-like exception, referential exceptions. Argument is that use of the trademark, not in the sense of the trademark, right? So here, also like this, use of the copyrighted work, not in the sense of the copyright, right? It's using the work in the machine, not as a sense in the copyright. So it's a kind of a purposive interpretation. So how? So when it is not used in the sense of the copyright, then it is no more protected by the internal limits of the copyright, right? Because of that, it is no more protected. So data is not protected. Done. So we don't need exceptions for that. And from the US perspective, just think about non-consumptive use of the work, right? There is use of the work, but it is non-consumptive. So under the fair use doctrine, transformative use, non-consumptive use also excuse. So in that sense, if my argument is that perhaps we don't need the fair use analysis. If it is non-consumptive use, non-expressive use of the work, then because of the internal limits of the copyright, because of that, it does not fall within the scope of the protection, and we don't need any exceptions. And the third argument would be from the perspective of the Japanese law. In the Japanese law, we see the broader exceptions. So non-enjoyment of the work, right? So here is also the same way, I think, because of the internal limits of the copyright, because once it is non-enjoyment of the work, it does not fall within the scope of the copyright protection. So we don't need any exceptions for the text and data mining and the data sharing. And this is one approach. Let's assume that it is covered by the scope of the protection. Even if we argue for the internal limits, then how could it still internal limits help us to develop further on this? I argue internal limits really helpful in this regard to have specific exceptions and limitations. Why? Because the purpose of this is purposive interpretation again. Purpose of the copyright is to advance advance the knowledge, right? So it is to advance the research, not to restrict that. This is also an internal limits of the copyright system. So here, if we presume that it is protected by the copyright, even then, because of the internal limit interpretations, we need exceptions for that, right? And it is justified for that reason. Then we need to explain, probably we need to examine whether we can do it with the existing exceptions like fair use, fair dealing, research exceptions, or whether we can do the same under the specific exceptions, for example, under EU, Japan, UK, and Singapore copyright exceptions, or whether we need to create very specific exceptions for broader text and data mining, data sharing, and research collaborations. And we can do that from the perspective by the help of this, jurisprudence that I'm arguing. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to convincingly put it, but this is some thoughts that I had. And I think this is what I had, and I will be happy to interact. And hopefully it was a bit of not torturing for you, and you have been able to follow me. And on that, let's stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful session. It was really wonderful. So, whatever you said was really insightful, and be really commendable research. So any of the participants, if they have any question and answers, please put them in the Q&A box and ask Sir for their doubts. Any of the participants, please write down your queries in the Q&A box or the chat window. Any student, any participant having any doubts?
Sir,
Yeah,
I
this
think the
Mhm.
presentation had been so much self-explanatory that there's hardly any question to be asked.
Yes, sir,
This
absolutely.
is this can in generally in our academy we can say that this can go two ways. One is that it was so clear there is no doubt. One is that it was so ambiguous nobody understood and there is no question therefore.
No, no, sir.
No, sir,
The second
absolutely.
situation doesn't apply as we have got two questions for you, sir.
Yes, absolutely, sir.
Yes.
Sir, some questions have come. So there's a question from Miss Anushka that which country has the most advanced TDM laws?
Till date, arguably the Japan. They say that this is the widest possible exceptions they have. So as I told my lecture, also that because of this, they say it's a heaven of the text and data mining, and yeah, so Japan is the broadest, perhaps specifically on the text and data mining, but yeah, we have the broader exceptions like fair use, but TDM status of TDM has not been tested under that.
So there is one more question from Vishwajit Singh. Any difference in the growth rate in AI in India and UK?
I am not sure because I don't know much about status of AI development, but I think in the policy level, I have not been able to follow India, but in the policy level, I think that there is a great consultation going on in UK about how to develop more further in terms of AI, in terms of trustworthiness of the AI, in terms of accountability and all these things. I think there has been a lot going on. So on that front, I would say perhaps in the policy level, there is much development on that note than India. But the real statistics on what is the rate of the development of the AI in India and UK, it's not like something that I can answer right this moment.
Thank you so much, sir. I think some more questions have come. So one more question is that how India can develop its laws and AI at the world stage?
Yeah, I think now mostly the treatment of AI is in domestic nature, and the countries are coming with more of that. Perhaps now at this stage, I think that many of the countries are panicking on this note, how to rather regulate and the AI. This is perhaps the approach. At the same time, I think there is also a different initiatives that how we should also have the legal rules and policy that also encourage the AI innovation. So, but I believe that on the intellectual property aspects, much of the debate that we have, typical debate, AI creativity, invention, and all these things, this actually somehow sidelined by the regulatory approach. So probably the best approach is right now, as it seemingly is, that different consultations and the expert opinion show that we need to encourage development of the AI through our enabling policies. But at the same time, we need to set the territory that what can be done and what cannot be done. And the challenge is right now is that I think that the two there is specifically is that technology is developing so fast. Now the problem is how to how legal regime can adapt with the technology. That's the challenge. And then perhaps for this reason, I think now we are going to have ex ante principle based approach to the development of AI. So we set it first and then try to uh, regulate the AI development in our own specific area, own specific path, rather than we react when already harmed has been done. So perhaps this is the acceptable, most acceptable approach right now is going on. So perhaps India also can take in that note also. And from the IT sector, I think the India is very strong. And yeah, but from the Bangladeshi perspective also, we have been trying to focus on software development and IT, but we also lack the legal framework on that aspects and how to go on. Yeah.
So there's a question that what can India learn from Japan? What are the takeaways?
So the one takeaway is that having a broader exceptions, right? Having a clear exceptions, but perhaps most people are trying to argue that because India has fair dealing exceptions, it is already broad. So it will be, I mean, any kind of a checks and data mining exceptions would really fall within the exceptions. So there is no need to do anything else. But people also trying to say that, okay, this was framed not in the context of the digital technology that we have, not in the context of the AI development that we really have. Rather, we have specific exceptions, having a wider and broader perspective. But there is also a criticism, I would say, in the global aspects, that India is now moving towards fair use rather than the fair dealing, right? And especially in the context of this Delhi photocopy case, we see that there was this argument going on. So on that aspects, I would say perhaps the Indian copyright exceptions are right now is perhaps fine, having a kind of a broader exceptions, but maybe more clarity can be added for the purpose of this, removing this kind of confusion and having a more legal certainty and the clarity. Yeah.
Thanks, sir. So the next question is that how India can make more stricter IP regime? Any suggestions on the same?
I don't think India should make a stricter IP regime. Why should India make a stricter IP regime when the global regime allows you to use the flexibility and limitation? Why should we not use that? Why would we go for the stricter IP regime? I'm not very fan of it, in terms of developing countries or the countries like India, Bangladesh, and other countries like this status. I'm not fan of it, like having a very strict intellectual property system. And rather, I would say that when TRIPS, within the TRIPS, especially Article 7 and Article 8 and other exceptions within the TRIPS, that allows you to frame intellectual property system taking into consideration of your own socioeconomic conditions and your social development. So and also sector of vital importance for the particular country. In that aspects, I would say countries should use that wisely. And country also, in my opinion, when they have this bilateral agreement, when they are putting the TRIPS plus provisions within the bilateral agreement relating to the intellectual property enforcement, they should always think about that in exchange of what I am doing it. So what I am gaining in exchange of what I am giving. So it's a kind of a quid pro quo always. So I would not suggest to have the stricter intellectual property regime. Rather, I would suggest to have balanced intellectual property regime that serves both the producer of the intellectual property and creator of the intellectual property, at the same time the user of the intellectual property. And mostly, like for example, in our context, probably we are user of the intellectual property more than the producer. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Really well said. So, so there's one more question that does fair dealing needs to be applied to India, as fair use is there is a concept, but not fair dealing extensively.
Actually, Indian Copyright Act actually now allows the fair dealing, right? In that sense, I think that the proper answer would be that application of the fair dealing is now. But probably the main aspects of the criticism is that although the statutorily we have this fair dealing, perhaps by the judicial interpretation we are going to more on the fair use aspects, meaning that we are going to have we are trying to have broader exceptions and limitations. So yeah, but I would say that since statutorily it is fair dealing, I would say it is fair dealing. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So I think so there are no more questions. Thank you for answering all the questions so enthusiastically, and thanks for such an insightful session. I think I will hand it over to Richa Yadav ma'am for any further.
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Right.
Thank you
I
so
think
very
that
much, sir, for taking out time and being here with us. Although I know that there must be quite a time difference, and you have taken all the effort. And I also want to thank you on behalf of Miss Alaknanda. She's not present here. So, very, very much thank you. And we look forward to your presence in some other lecture wherein you can specifically talk about the text and data mining laws.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the kind invitation, and thank you all for your kind patience. I also see my good friend, my Didi Debmita is also here. Hi Debmita. I am finishing up and
Yeah, I
and
just joined to see what's going on. Good to see you.
yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So with your kind permission, maybe may I take leave, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so
much.
very much.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
With this, all the 4 technical sessions for today, we come to the end of day 2 of the value added course. And all the participants are requested to join tomorrow at the provided schedule for day 3. Thank you so much to all the participants for attending today.
Yes, and the feedback form would be shared with you on the WhatsApp community group. You're requested to fill up the feedback form, and the session will be closed now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.